I'd like to call to order the Charter Township of Chesterfield Regular Township Board Meeting for Tuesday, August 22nd, 2023 at 7 p.m. to order. Could we all please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance? I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Item 3, roll call. Clerk Barry, would you call the roll?
Supervisor Kersten.
Here.
Treasurer Elliott. Here. Trustee Anderson.
Here.
Trustee Joseph.
Here.
Trustee DeMink.
Here.
Trustee Vosberg. Here. Clerk Barry is here.
Item 4, presentations. There are none scheduled tonight. Item 6, department reports. Are there any board department reports? I'm sorry. Skipped over it. Item 4, approval of agenda. Do I have a motion to approve the agenda?
Motion to approve the agenda as submitted.
Motion by Clerk Barry, supported by Supervisor Kersten. Clerk Barry?
Clerk Barry, aye. Supervisor Kersten.
Aye.
Trustee Anderson.
Aye.
Trustee Joseph.
Aye.
Trustee DeMink.
Aye.
Trustee Vosberg.
Aye.
Treasurer Elliott.
Aye.
Item 5, presentations. There are none scheduled tonight. Item 6, department reports. Any department reports from the board? Clerk Barry.
Mr. Supervisor, just a question. The live feed are we experiencing problems with the live feed tonight?
Check clerk.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Clerk Barry.
Thank you, Mr. Supervisor. Just to remind the public and the board as well that as of September 30th, 2023, the Clerk's Department will no longer be offering passport services. Anyone who is wishing a new passport may receive one from the Clerk's office, and we will offer that service only through September 30th, 2023. So if anyone needs to get a passport for upcoming travel, please see the Clerk's office before that date. Thank you.
Any further reports from the board? Trustee Joseph.
Thank you, Mr. Supervisor. Just a quick update from the library board. Actually, it's library programming. On September 12th, author by the name of Irene Miller will be conducting a presentation at the Chesterfield Township Library at 6 p.m. Ms. Miller writes about her experience with being a Holocaust survivor and just her life story. She's a very compelling speaker and has traveled all around the country, and the library has done, I don't know how they were able to secure her presentation, but she will be at the library on September 12th. I apologize, my printer ran out of ink, but I left some copies at the board table as you walk in, so please check out that program if you're able. And Mr. Supervisor, if I may, a couple of other updates from my office, trustee's office. At the close of the last board meeting, I talked about some issues that I had taken on project-wise. Trustee Anderson assisted me in one of these. Clerk Barry has agreed to assist me. And I'll start with the first. I expressed some concerns regarding to you at our board meeting regarding OSHA and the complaint that was lodged. And I wanted to update the board that I did receive response from my OSHA. There was a preliminary investigation that was conducted, and Supervisor Kersten was contacted. The report that I received back indicated, and I won't go through the entire investigation, but Supervisor Kersten addressed the issues in the complaint in what the investigator thought was a satisfactory way, and that there was no need for a site visit. So I was happy to hear that investigation went well. Supervisor was advised in the letter to post this complaint and the investigation in the township where the employees can see. I didn't see it posted anywhere, so I did provide some copies at the table for any employees that wish to review that investigation, and I believe it is satisfactorily resolved. The other issue that I'm happy to report, collaboration with Clerk Berry, is my concerns about policy regarding our social media platforms. We do not have an APO, and the belief is that we need to do that. We need to do it very quickly, and as I pointed out, we have our official township social media pages being censored in violation, I think, of the U.S. Constitution. So I did some research, and the individual by the name of Charles Blackwell brought suit against the city of Inkster for exactly the same thing. I would argue that ours is actually a more egregious case, but the attorney representing Mr. Blackwell has agreed to work with me and Clerk Berry in lieu of a lawsuit to the township. There was a willingness to work with a committee that I will chair. Clerk Berry will assist me, and we will be looking for resident participation for the formation of an administrative procedure order in order to make sure that we have social media pages that are in compliance with the U.S. Constitution. The attorney who filed this case, Charles Blackwell versus the city of Inkster, will come in and provide his expertise pro bono. Should the policy not be adopted and we continue to censor, Mr. Burdett has assured me that he will continue on with the case in a pro bono capacity to bring the township into compliance. So I thank you, Clerk Berry, for your willingness to participate on this committee. And then lastly, kind of piggybacking off of Ms. Miller's presentation at the library, I'm thinking of, and Trustee Anderson is helping me with this, is perhaps a lunch and learn opportunity for our employees. We will cover the cost of the lunch and bring in some speakers from the Anti-Defamation League to talk about some of the unfortunate things that have happened here in the township and how we can correct that. So I'm looking forward to that programming as well, and details are not quite formed yet, but they will be coming. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further department reports? Seeing no further department reports, item 7, the consent agenda. Clerk Berry.
All items under the consent agenda are considered routine by the board and will be enacted in one motion. There is no separate discussion of these items. If discussion of any item is required by a board member, it will be removed from the consent agenda and considered separately. Public comments on the consent agenda items are permitted. 7A, approval of the minutes of the regular board meeting of August 8th, 2023. 7B, approval of the payment of bills as submitted by the Finance Department. 7C, receive and file Treasurer's Quarterly Investment Report.
Do we have a motion to approve the consent agenda as read?
Motion to approve this consent agenda with an update in the Treasurer's Report that was sent out to the board. With the
Second.
Motion by Treasurer Elliott, supported by Clerk Berry. Comments from the public? Or, I'm sorry, Treasurer Elliott, you can go first.
The Treasurer's Report that was submitted, and Karen's got it. This is a copy of the Treasurer's Report that was submitted to the board.
Mr. Supervisor, point of information, please.
This
Trustee
is just
Joseph.
Yes, the separate consideration of a consent agenda item is not permitted, so I would ask that the presentation be removed.
I
and
don't think it
considered
needs to
separately.
be a presentation, actually. I'm okay with this. I just, are we okay with
Yes.
just
Treasurer
accepting
Elliott, you have the
this,
floor.
and this
Treasurer
is,
Elliott, you have the floor.
I'm sorry, Mr. Supervisor, I just,
Trustee Joseph.
I
you're
don't think you understood
You're not
my-
recognized. You're not recognized.
how do you
Treasurer
not
Elliott.
recognize a board
Treasurer
member when there's
Treasurer
procedural
Elliott.
inadequacies? Procedurally, you have to remove that
Treasurer
from the
Elliott.
consent agenda. It
Treasurer
says it right
Elliott.
in the headline.
Trustee Joseph, please. There's
Okay,
no reason for this.
different set of rules
There's
then.
no reason for this.
Great.
Treasurer Elliott, the floor is yours.
okay, just that there was a minor error in there was an error, there was a dual entry, and this is the corrected report. And that's it.
Thank you, Treasurer Elliott. Any further comments from the board? Comments from the public?
Paul Lafata, 48055 Mallard. On the bill run, first of all, I don't know if the board had a chance to read an article. It says residents deserve to know the cost, but I took trouble going through the bill run, today's agenda, and there's $8,703.26 that's Bassmasters that's on this bill run. I don't know how it could be there, because according to our APO 19-2019, every expenditure that's going to amount to more than $5,000 has to be approved by the township board before there's any expenditures. That never happened. So when that doesn't happen, and they come to the bill run to get approved by the township board, how does the township board do their fiduciary responsibility, maintain it, when they approve these? Because all they're doing is they're fostering it to happen again and again and again. And it happens again and again. And it's not right. It's not, the board's not following the APOs, but somebody's going to later in the day say that, they're going to shut your mic off if you talk for more than 3 minutes. It's an APO. I don't understand the differential. Another issue, Department 228 Technology, there's 2 invoices from Porter and Black. They don't have a contract for general business, operating business. They only have it with public safety, and it's $6,325 over the last 2 board meetings, which is over $5,000. I don't know how this is happening, because there's no minutes that approve Porter and Black's has a contract other than with the public safety department, and they're invoicing almost every board meeting, and the board members are going to approve this. How can the board members do this? It's in violation of the township's operating procedures. It's not right. And if a board member votes to approve this, then they're wrong. Maybe they should, be recalled or something, but something needs to happen. This happens all the time. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
John Speaka, 53978 Connor Drive. A couple things that I'd like to address on the bill. One's the bill run, and then the other one's the agenda requests that we just seen by the treasurer. Under the agenda requests, the issue that I have with that is on the treasurer's quarterly investment report. There's no metrics or graphics to understand if there was an improvement since the previous reporting period. And it is a report without measurables or history, so I've got an issue with that. Under the bill run, of course, I always have an issue, when we're wasting taxpayers' money. So, and I give you plenty of examples all the time, but let's, under facilities and operations, I don't quite understand. We've got another contracting company, Unique Clips, for a landscaping contract at $3,800. My understanding was I knew we had Ultima in here, so I don't know where Unique Clips ended up slipping in. Under facilities and operations, Ultima hit us at $3,780 for the month. Anchor Bay, to mold the Anchor Bay pump station, they hit us at $280. For the youth center, they hit us at $400. For Brandenburg, they hit us at a whopping $3,250. At the DPW, they hit us at thousands of dollars on that. Under the bill run, we extended a contract to Mad Habit. They do a great job at our board meetings here, but what I don't understand is the contract has been extended from the board meetings here to now doing Supervisor Kersten's personal, information center to the public. There was a charge for $560 on top of the original charge. So I'm opposed to that, having your own information center. You used them at the last election for your campaign. I didn't say anything, but I'm going to, harp on it now because it's wrong. Under water and sewer, the rise in water bill was $839.70. I don't know any individual that could spend that much time on the phone. And if they have that much time to spend on the phone, well, then they don't need to be employed here at the township. Under human resources, Mr. Duchesne, and I'm shocked that he's still on the payroll because I thought you were going to fire him, but he bought a new laptop computer at $1,375.39. And under the bill run, I know we've got 2 leased vehicles for our public safety department. I'm good with that. But let's not conceal the names on it and just put lease vehicle.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Appreciate your time. Any further comments from the public? I'll bring it back up to the board. I have a motion by Treasurer Elliott, supported by Clerk Berry, to approve the consent agenda as read. Clerk Berry?
Treasurer Elliott?
Aye.
Clerk Berry, aye. Trustee Anderson?
No.
Trustee Joseph?
No.
Trustee DeMink?
Aye.
Trustee Vosberg?
Aye.
Supervisor Kersten?
Aye. Item 8, public hearings. There's a public hearing scheduled tonight. Clerk Berry?
Item 8A is to conduct a public hearing for the August 22nd, 2023 Regular Township Board Meeting at 7 p.m. to hear comments concerning the estimate of costs to provide police and fire protection as determined by the Township Board, and also on the distribution of the special assessment levy for said police and fire protection.
Do I have a motion to open the public hearing?
Motion to open the public hearing.
Motion by Clerk Berry, supported by Trustee Vosberg. Clerk Berry, call the roll.
Clerk Berry, aye. Trustee Vosberg?
Aye.
Trustee DeMink?
Aye.
Trustee Joseph?
Aye.
Trustee Anderson?
Aye.
Treasurer Elliott?
Aye.
Supervisor Kersten?
Aye. This is a public comment. Ms. Bauer, do you want to address this? This is a reoccurring annual event. There is no increase in the SAD pricing or assessment that's going to be made. Ms. Bauer, the floor is yours.
Yep, actually, pretty much covered most of it. As you know, this item is for the approval of the estimate of cost for public safety and the special assessment of 7.95 mils. This is the same procedure that we do or have used in prior years and is required to be done annually. The assessment of 7.95 mils remains the same as last year. The expected revenue from the millage is $16,431,532. Provided is only the estimate of cost, and the 2024 budget will still be reviewed in greater detail with the board prior to the approval.
Thank you, ma'am. Comments from the public?
Joe Kadich, I live on Sutton. I'd like to remind everybody, in case they don't know, that this has only been the last few years that this has been intact. Prior to this, you had the right to vote on whether there was going to be a millage increase or a millage decrease. When they invoked the SAD agreement, back I think it was 2017 or 18, they took that right away. They did that because the police department budget couldn't be met. The individual sitting in the middle there would not listen to any changes required to reduce the budget, causing the problem. They went up with this, and before this, they even loaned the police department $3 million from the general budget. They took over this whole area, combined the police, fire, and the fire equipment fund, and helped the police department survive and increase, actually. They whipped through $10 million that was in a fire equipment fund. Over the last number of years, I think it emptied out last year. and didn't do anything to pay her the $3 million, but what they did do was increase the size of the police department. At the time this went into effect, there were about 40 officers in the police department. If you look at the budget today and include the Director of Public Safety and his staff and the cadets, you're probably up to 60. Now, they didn't increase the millage on it, but they took advantage that there's been increased property tax revenue because of it. And instead of paying back the money that was owed and reestablishing a fund for the fire department, they just kept spending it. I think projected now, it's so far, over the next 2 years, there's going to be about even with this, there's going to be about $1.5 million a year deficit to the police budget. And they're going to correct that because of when they invoked this SAD, which you had nothing to do and you couldn't complain about it, is the fact that they can increase the 8 millage to 10 millage, 10 mills. Now, they took a budget for the police that was running about $7.5 million to this today, about $10.5 million. And you have nothing to control over it. You have no say in it. Now, I'd like Clerk Barry, they've had something in there saying how you can appeal this, which is go to the tribunal. I'd like to know more specifics about that from her, how we can do that, what the timing is on it. Does it have to be done when you get your yearly property tax assessment and take it through the tribunal here, or through the board here, and then to the tribunal, or can it go anytime? And is there any charge to go to the tribunal? Thank you.
Thank you. Any further comments?
Paul Lafata, 48055 Mallard. I was somewhat instrumental in this SAD. And at the time, the police department had about $400,000 left in it from the money that was borrowed from the general fund, about $3.5 million. There was projection sheets done that I did myself. And if you were to pull those out of the drawer that they're in somewhere in the offices, they were done at an annual assessment increase of only 2%. This year, we're at 5%. And miraculously, when I looked at the 2022 budget, Public Safety Department's got $5.6 million fund balance in it. They got plenty of money. Supervisor's always bragging about how we got 100 and some percent for the general fund. Well, you probably got, pretty close to 40% for the public safety fund. The idea of the SAD wasn't to put money in the fund balance, it was to protect the people. So if we have enough boots on the ground, we have enough vehicles on the roads, and the building is safe and secure, there's no reason to continue with the current millage rate. Because we increased the property assessment by 5% instead of 2%, we should be able to start rolling the millage rate back. Because what we're doing is we're starting to punish the residents for keeping our sovereignty instead of going to the Macomb County Sheriff's Department, which was the only alternative. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any further comments?
Going to try and lighten through this because we're limited on comments for this for 3 minutes, so let's go for it. All right. Oh, there is no limit? Oh, perfect. Oh, then I can have all the time in the world here to speak on this issue. All right, 3 minutes starting now then. All right, so lightening through this. All right. We are here to discuss the regards of keeping the status quo for a millage that is currently in place right now, and that's pretty much what it is. You're just renewing what's already in place. But it is important to take note of what is being spent within that millage parameters. And as Joe Cage mentioned earlier, came about 2017, 2018 timeframe, the 7.95 mils. With that, it basically conjoined the fire and police departments into the public safety department. This basically allowed for the same revenue source, instead of the individual revenue sources, to be funneled into one department, but it is split between the two. But there is one side gets more than the other. The fire department has received far less than what the police department has in the last 5 or 6 years. With that being said, there's a lot of things that have been failing for the fire department in this current time frame. Our full-time firefighters for suppression have not been expanded since 2001, despite a 30% increase in the township's population. 2, we have we supplement with part-time employees that do not stay for the long term. Average probably time frame for a part-time firefighter is probably only a few months, despite thousands being spent on training and getting people into the door. 3, you not have the same benefit opportunities between the police officers and the firefighters. This is in conjunction with retirements and retirement multipliers, age of retirements. It is not equal. It is not parity, even though they are part of the same public safety department. 4, we supplement medical treatments with a contract with MedStar to provide a Tango unit here. This has nothing to do with ambulances. This is about basic life support systems and life-saving applications. The fire department is more than capable of performing these duties without the need for that Tango unit. We do not need to be spending money on a third-party contractor when we have the ability and the personnel that are capable of doing such a task, serving their community. 5, the issues are never addressed by this board. Every time I have brought them up over the past year and a half, there has been silence from all the board members except for 1 or 2 of them on some occasions, but for the majority of the time, it is just crickets. No one ever addresses these issues. I'm not just a crank up here. I am trying to address that there are issues with our township not providing the benefit of our firefighters and, more importantly, to our residents by not allowing the fire department to perform the best of its duties for the citizenry of this community. 6, if you want to make any difference, you have to have that debate now. You have to have that discussion. There's so many more things I would love to say, but I have limited time to say it. But ultimately, if you do not address these issues, when you have an opportunity like this, when discussing the millage for it, you will completely ignore it for the rest of time, essentially. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Further comments?
John Speaka, 53978 Connor Drive. Mr. Supervisor, you broke your own APO. You are supposed to announce that there is a time limit at the time that you present this. In regards to the public safety SAD, anybody that knows me knows that, you know, I'm a champion of law and order. I support public safety. Let's all remember that the reason why we have a Chesterfield Police Department has to do with Mr. LaFata. He was the engineer along with Trustee Joseph and Trustee Anderson. So thank God that Mr. LaFata was able to think out of the box and combine the 2 departments and save our public safety department. So that's why we still have a Chesterfield Police Department here. I just want to remind the residents, we can't forget that because we owe this gentleman greatly. The other thing that I wanted to hit upon was what Mr. LaFata said. At the 7.95 SAD that we're paying right now, I mean, considering the increases and the hits that we had on our property taxes this year, I agree with him. We could lower that SAD and pass some of the savings on to our residents. But again, I want to thank our police and fire department from the bottom of my heart for all the hard work that they do and for the outstanding job that they did when our water was out So, you know, in my heart, I truly believe we've got one of the best public safety, fire, and police department that any city or township can offer. Thank you.
Further comments from the public? Seeing no comments from the public, we'll go back up to the board. Clerk Berry.
Thank you, Mr. Supervisor. The clerk's office has received one letter of protest against the SAD, and that is from Deborah and Daryl Ledford, Ledford, at 27128 Robin Drive, Chesterfield, Michigan, 48051.
Thank you, Clerk Berry. No further comments from the board. Supervisor will make a motion to close the public hearing at 7:32. Supervisor Kersten will make a motion. Is there support?
Support.
Trustee Vosberg, Clerk Berry. We call the roll.
Supervisor Kersten.
Aye.
Trustee Vosberg.
Aye.
Trustee Anderson.
Aye.
Trustee Joseph.
Aye.
Trustee DeMink.
Aye.
Treasurer Elliott.
Aye.
Clerk Berry, aye.
Public hearing is closed. We'll move on to the regular agenda, item 9A. Clerk Berry.
Item 9A is the approval to establish the estimate of cost to provide police and fire protection as determined by the Township Board and the amount of special assessment levy, as well as direct the Township Supervisor to spread the assessment levy on the taxable value of all lands and premises within the district for the year 2024 and adopt resolution number 2023-28.
Supervisor Kersten will make a motion. Is there any support?
Support.
Supported by Trustee Joseph. Comments from the board? Trustee Joseph.
Yeah, first, I'm unsure why we're limiting speech in a public hearing, but I understand that's just, you know, what you're going to do. As to the comments made by the individuals who spoke, I am concerned about the trajectory and what we're doing in the police and fire department. I don't know that deficit spending can go on for too long. I do particularly agree with Mr. Wharton. The contempt that the fire department has been treated with is really quite disappointing, and their numbers remain the exact same that they were many years ago. Many population increases ago, their force is unchanged, and the compensation we provide them is paltry and insulting, and the level of respect that we've shown them under Mr. Supervisor, your leadership is abominable, and it really needs to end. But we do need to look long-term at how we plan to fund our public safety department, and saddling them with potentially millions and millions of dollars of debt to put jazz hands on their building is not what keeps people safe. Also, we need to do proper budgeting. When we look at the funds that are allocated to the fire police departments, we can't simply pull them off duty to protect bass boats or orchestrate parking flags and all of that. That was a gross expenditure that was not board approved and was just taken right out of the overtime fund of the police and fire. We still don't have estimates, exact numbers on that, but that wasn't part of their budget. It's not part of their budget this year. So overtime, for those that recall, that weekend we had a particularly ugly homicide that took place in the township. So we already had our forces stretched thin, and then we have to call in a bunch of other, detectives and officers to take care of. Those are unforeseen. Typically, people that like to perpetrate homicides, they don't schedule that. So you're not able to incorporate that in your budgeting process. We have to have a best guess, a best estimate based on previous year's trends to allocate overtime. some overtime is unavoidable. Again, if you look back in the course of what our departments have endured throughout the past year, they've dealt with some pretty ugly scenes, both police and fire. Another area that I will be paying special attention to is some budgeting for the necessary provisions to provide our firefighters and our even our dispatch and our patrol and our entire public safety team with the opportunity to deal with the stress that they encounter on the job. And just asking or demanding that somebody sort of, who experiences a grisly homicide scene to then just go back, rub some dirt on it and get back in the game is not acceptable. I'd like to see the budgeting that incorporates some mental health services as part of the cost of providing first responder service. And I will continue to work on that. I would have had much more information to provide to the public. And the supervisor, we have a public safety liaison or public safety team. Trustee Anderson and I act as liaisons on that committee. As you recall, shortly after the very divisive issue involving Supervisor's termination of Officer Baker, the public safety meetings were canceled. They were canceled. Actually, we went on, I think, summer recess is what we called it. But we haven't met in several months, and there was really no way, to sit down and extract some of the information for this hearing today. But that's the way the supervisor wants it. But I'll keep active and try to make sure that our first responders are provided all the tools that they are needed, despite the contempt they received from the guy that abandoned them some time ago. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? Trustee Domingue? Trustee Domingue?
Every time we have this every year, you hear the word Sheriff's Department get thrown out there. I've been up here longer than any of them. Hank's been around here, was on the old liaison board or whatever it was. Chesterfield PD is here to stay. I supported these guys for 19 years. Everybody knows I came from the Sheriff's Department. I was a DEP for 25 years. I've never brought it up that we contract. I am fine with these guys. In fact, I've talked to the sheriff, and he wants nothing to do with contracting here. They don't have the manpower as it is right now. So when this comes up every time, this millage, somebody says, what about contacting the Sheriff's Department? I heard it thrown out there. We're sticking with our PD. Chesterfield's been here. They're going to stay here. I just want that to be known.
Thank you, sir. Any further comments? I'll just make some closing comments in regards to this. Just so you know, we have 107 public safety employees, 49 sworn police officers, 2 cadets are currently in the police academy. We have 8 dispatchers, 1 part-time dispatcher, 5 clericals, 3 part-time clericals, 8 part-time public service aides, cadets, 2 are applying for the police academy, 4 part-time crossing guards, 21 full-time firefighters, and 8 part-time firefighters currently in our roster, with 4 more currently in the background. It's funny that the comments made mistreating the firemen. We've met with the negotiations. I can't discuss them in public, and the negotiations with IFF is going as it usually does, and we will probably have a quick resolution to that. So it's really not a conflict. I don't know where you're getting your information from, but again, just trying to create division. Sir, you're not. Don't interrupt me. Don't interrupt me, sir. You're not recognized. Yes, that's it. You're not recognized. We have also in this year's budget, which will be included in the public safety side, is yes, we're going to follow a model that Sterling Heights has taken under their wing a couple of years ago, and we'll bring mental health employee into our township budget. So we're working on that, and you'll see it when the budget is presented. So with that being said, I have a motion by Supervisor Kersten, supported by Trustee Joseph, to approve item 9A. Clerk Berry.
Supervisor Kersten.
Aye.
Trustee Joseph.
Aye.
Trustee Anderson.
Aye.
Trustee Domingue.
Aye.
Trustee Vosberg.
Aye.
Treasurer Elliott.
Aye.
Clerk Berry. Aye.
Item 9B.
Item 9B is a reconsideration of the August 8th, 2023 Township Board approval of the Planning Commission's recommendation to deny the requested rezoning of parcels 0904300008, 0905276001, 0905400002, and 0905400007, located at the northeast intersection of 25 Mile Road in Bates from M1 Light Manufacturing to M2 General Manufacturing.
Do I have a motion?
So move.
Motion by trustee Anderson,
Support?
supported by trustee Joseph. There's a motion for reconsideration. Clerk Berry, would you call the roll for reconsideration?
Discussion.
Not the board wants to debate it, we can.
The motion to reconsider that trustee Anderson brought, and, you know, before I get too deep in, Mr. Supervisor, do you just want to hand the microphone over to Mr. Siebert?
No,
Because you're struggling mightily.
no,
and
I'm
we're
pretty
early.
good, just pretty good, just changing the rules.
All right. So the motion to reconsider, I appreciate you bringing. The discussion that occurred that night was a bit confusing in that the motion, the original agenda item, asked for a motion to consider the planning department's recommendation. And then there was debate regarding that. And then at some point in the process, trustee Demink clarified the motion. I don't know exactly the mechanism because we do things a little differently, but he said that he would like to make a motion to approve the Planning Commission's recommendation. So we went from a consideration, which again is kind of silly because I don't know like why we would have a motion and then support to address a non-action item on the agenda, but we had that, and then there was a transition to a motion to approve the Planning Commission's recommendation, and the Planning Commission's recommendation was to deny the rezoning. So it got a little bit confusing, and then we went immediately from the transition of consideration to an approval, which a yes vote meant you didn't want it rezoned. And so at the end of the debate, for those that were in attendance, you know that the audience members and members of the board were, you know, what happened? What did we approve? What did we not approve? And the supervisor said, it's not going to be rezoned. And, you know, those in favor applauded. But there was sufficient confusion, and I appreciate the opportunity to revisit that. And I thank you for bringing the motion to reconsider.
Trustee Anderson? No count? Good. Any further comments from the board? Clerk Berry, would you take a vote? None. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to ask you, don't interrupt this anymore. I'm done with your comments from the floor. You're out of order, sir. You're out of order. Keep your comments to yourself. This is not your time. And I mean it. Good. You'll be escorted out of here if I call you out of order again. Clerk Berry, would you call the roll?
On the motion to reconsider, trustee Anderson.
Aye.
Trustee Joseph.
Aye.
Trustee Demink.
Nay.
Trustee Vosberg.
No.
Treasurer Elliott.
No.
Supervisor Kersten.
No.
Clerk Berry, aye.
Item 9C, motion fails to reconsider. Item 9C.
Item 9C is to approve a request by Township residents Michelle and Sean Millmine requesting to be recognized as a nonprofit organization for Blankets with Care operating in the community for the purpose of obtaining a charitable gaming license through the state of Michigan by adopting resolution number 2023-29.
Do I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Trustee Demink,
Support.
Trustee Anderson. Sean, do you want to speak?
Hit the button, sir. There you go.
My name is Sean Milmine with Blankets with Care, 32648 Coach Drive, Chesterfield, Michigan. Actually, last year we were here, and this was approved last year. We were here this year just to get okay as far as we're doing a drive of clothing and blankets on 23 Mile Road at Motor Cafe and Champions Gym to basically, like I said, help homeless get some stuff before it gets cold outside. So that's what I'm here today for, and asking as far as for the approval to utilize that space without an issue.
Thank you, sir. Any questions, comments? Trustee Vosper.
So, thank you, Mr. Supervisor. It's my understanding that, to Mr. Milmine, you're not going to be using any kind of gaming license at that event for any, so you don't need any approval of the gaming license.
The only thing we had is a raffle that's going on throughout the year that already been approved by the state of Michigan. That's all.
Thank you.
Any further comments from Trustee Joseph?
I just wanted to thank the petitioner. You've been doing a lot of good work in this community and surrounding communities. Had the pleasure of meeting you first at our Friends of Chesterfield police meeting, and when you described your best blessing bags and the work that you do, where you go out into the community and provide individuals with just basic necessary items for survival, blankets, gloves, socks. Unfortunately, some people find themselves in a very difficult situation in life, and it is you, your wife, and your friends and family, and basically just your efforts that go out and make a difference in this world. And I was very, very appreciative of hearing about what you do, and looking forward to partnering with you as we get into the cold winter months to talk about some ideas about how to help people and connect them with shelters and different basic rescue opportunities, because that's what really you're doing. You're rescuing people. So thank you, sir, and I appreciate all the work you do here in our community.
Thank you very much, and it's always a pleasure as far as to give back to those that need it.
Any further comments from the board? Comments from the public?
John Spica, 53978 Connor Drive. I'm glad that I'm able to at least discuss this agenda item. I've met Sean and his wife a couple times in the township, and I want to thank you, Sean, and your wife for everything that you do for this community. It's a great organization, on providing for people in need. So, and believe it or not, in Chesterfield, we've got a lot of people that are in need. I mean, sometimes, with our busy lives and everything going on, it's overshadowed, but we need more people like Sean, his wife, and Mr. Rayner, and Janice Young, and other people that are huge to this community. But again, thank you for everything you do.
Any further comments from the floor? Bring it back up to the board. Sean, quick comments. Good luck. Great job. I have a motion by Trustee Demink, supported by Trustee Anderson, to approve item 9C.
Mr. Supervisor?
I'm sorry.
Just point of clarification. I also support everything they do, and they're going to be helping out another project next month for the Historical Society. Just questioning the motion that is before us, is that something that we have to do? Because they...
She's shaking her head
I mean, I guess if they don't apply for a license, it doesn't hurt it that we've already given them permission. But.
That's correct. As I understood it, this, Clerk Barry, you want to address it?
It's a requirement by the state of Michigan that all nonprofits receive a resolution of acknowledgement by the local municipality. So we get a few of these every year.
So it has to be renewed each year. Is that what you're saying?
It's only if they make changes, and I think there's been some changes made to this one.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any further comments? I have a motion by trustee Demink, supported by trustee Anderson, to approve 9C. Clerk Barry.
Trustee Demink.
Aye.
Trustee Anderson.
Aye.
Trustee Vosberg.
Aye.
Trustee Joseph.
Aye.
Treasurer Elliott.
Aye.
Supervisor Kersten.
Aye.
Clerk Barry, aye.
Item 9D. Clerk Barry.
Item 9D is to approve a request by Township resident Nicole Lambert asking to be recognized as a nonprofit organization for True Life Academy, Inc., operating in the community for the purpose of obtaining a charitable gaming license through the state of Michigan by adopting resolution number 2023-30.
Do I have a motion to approve?
So moved.
Clerk Barry, Supervisor Kersten will support. Ms. Lambert, are you here? Yes. If the floor is yours, if you want to speak and address your charity.
Hi, Nicole Lambert, co-founder of True Life Academy. It's going to be we're in the process of becoming a day program for special needs individuals 18 and up. So in the process of getting these fundraisers going, this is what we're trying to achieve by getting fundraisers and the funding to obtain a building in the Macomb County area. And in the process of doing that, we're also doing social nights and other social activities until we have a brick and mortar building, but ultimately it'll be all included as a day program for them for vocational and daily living skills.
Thank you, ma'am. Comments or questions from the board? Trustee Joseph.
I was just hoping, Ms. Lambert, when you get more, closer to events, if you could share, your fundraising efforts, I would be happy to, promote those and share them on my social media. Trustee Anderson is also very invested in the kind of work that you're doing, and we'd be happy to support you. So if you could just keep us in mind
Great.
when you put your events together, so that we can get as large a turnout as we can.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you.
Trustee Vosberg.
Thank you. Thank you also for the work that you're doing. Is this something your organization contracting with community mental health as well?
Eventually, once we're established, we've been in contact with them, and they said they'll help us once we become open officially, yes.
Great.
Yeah.
Again, there's great need, as you know, which is why
Yes.
you're doing this. So thank you.
Thank you.
Any further questions from the board? Comments from the public? No comments from the public? I have a motion by Clerk Barry, supported by Supervisor Kersten, to approve 9D. Clerk Barry?
Clerk Barry, aye. Supervisor Kersten.
Aye.
Trustee Anderson.
Aye.
Trustee Joseph.
Aye.
Trustee Demink. Trustee Vosberg.
Aye.
Treasurer Elliott.
Aye.
Item 9E.
Item 9E is to request approval from the Township Board to place the attached list of 2023 street lighting special assessments on the 2023 winter tax roll.
Do I have a motion to approve? Supervisor Kersten will make a motion to approve.
Support.
Supported by Treasurer Elliott. Treasurer Elliott, you want to address this? Crystal? Crystal? Oh.
Good evening. So the item before you is the annual assessment for the street lighting for the subdivisions, where we pay the DTE bill and then apply the assessment to the property taxes in December.
Thank you. And just on a side note, the narrative is the same for the next 1, 2,
Yes,
3.
it's an annual routine that we do annual process to
Okay,
get these approved to put on the December taxes.
thank you.
Mhm.
Comments from, questions from the board? Comments from the public? Seeing no comments from the public, I have a motion by Supervisor Kersten, supported by Treasurer Elliott, to approve item 9E. Clerk Barry.
Supervisor Kersten.
Aye.
Treasurer Elliott.
Aye.
Trustee Anderson.
Aye.
Trustee Joseph.
Aye.
Trustee Demink.
Aye.
Trustee Vosberg.
Aye.
Clerk Barry, aye.
Item 9F.
Item 9F is to approve a recommendation by the Treasurer's Office to place sidewalk special assessments on the 2023 winter tax roll.
Supervisor Kersten will make a motion to approve.
Support.
Supported by Clerk Barry. Crystal, any addition?
No, these are, the assessments will go out. Residents have the opportunity to pay their assessment prior to, otherwise it will be placed on their December taxes.
Thank you. Questions? Trustee Vosberg.
Thank you. I had contacted Crystal today because in our agenda packet, it doesn't show the annual payment for some of the on the sidewalk gap program. She explained that that is the process that will be done. It's just the numbers weren't ready for the packet.
That's correct.
Right.
And just so you're aware, I think we're running about 25% on all zones that are complete today. My quick math today.
Yes, for pre-funding or pre-payoff early, or about 25% for each of the zones are paying in full instead of having annual installments.
Thank you. Further comments from the board? Comments from the public?
Paul Lafata, 48055 Mallard. This assessment is for the residents that have sidewalks in front of their homes that don't pass our new ordinance that was created last year. And Spalding D. Decker was awarded the engineering at 25%, which doesn't fit within Spalding D. Decker's contract. And my concern is the residents that can't afford to pay outright for it are having to put on their taxes. And evidently, if they can't afford to pay for it outright and they're putting on their taxes, things might be a little tight. They're tight for everybody right now. Then if you go down a little bit farther, there might be people that have sidewalks that can't pay their water bills or their trash bills, and it's compounded. And we start with a sidewalk, and we gouge the residents with 25% engineering fee. And if you look at the bill run, Spalding D. Decker got a $34,000 check up front. The contractors haven't even been paid yet. I think we're a little bit backwards in how we treat our residents because it seems like we're pulling money out of their pocket. 25% is no way that an engineering firm has a contract with the township to collect that much money. It should be fixed. Thank you.
Thanks, sir. Any further comments from the public?
Mike Rayner, 26175 Jack Grove Lane. I don't know, can I ask questions? Well, basically, I'm not really familiar with what the sidewalk assessment is. And the reason I'm wondering is because I'm personally more concerned about the common area sidewalks that are lacking. Also, we finally got one from the railroad tracks basically to Schmidt, whatever it is, the road that leads back to the various manufacturing companies, and I think that's terrific. We needed that bad. Unfortunately, with the flooding that we had, I took some pictures. That area, and I know because it was newly constructed, so there's a lot of dirt around and everything. Those sidewalks now are almost completely covered with debris, with dirt and that straw stuff. And do we pay any attention to the public walkways to be aware of something like that? And when we're talking about the sidewalks, are we talking about common areas as well as neighborhoods? Because there are other areas where we need sidewalks for sure. We have added a few additional ones, as I acknowledged, but I just wonder what part of our community, because we continue to struggle with the Gratiot corridor, for instance, and 23 Mile Road. 23 Mile Road and Gratiot, those are major issues for various reasons. But I'm just curious about this sidewalk question that just came up. So, thank you very much.
The township broken up into zones. The zone that is being addressed right now, that new construction, the heavy rain did wash it out. The contractor's already been out there and addressed it, relayed the grass, moved the sand. They were there. They were there. They were aware of it. Any further comment? Any further comments from the public? I have a motion by, bring it back up to the board, I have a motion by Supervisor Kersten. I'm sorry, Trustee Vosberg.
Thank you. Just a follow-up to the previous questions. It's my understanding the ultimate responsibility for keeping the sidewalk clean is the property owner whose property the sidewalk is going across.
Are you talking the new construction? Well, we hold.
I understand there's but in the
future,
once
moving
once
forward,
the
it becomes
project
theirs.
is completed, it will be the responsibility of the
You are
property owner.
correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Sorry if it wasn't clear. Trustee Joseph.
Thank you. I'm opposed to this. I've been opposed to the project, and I won't get into the details, but the 25% administrative fee, I argue every time that this opportunity presents itself, incentivizing the engineer with a 25% take on every slab, I think is unwise, and the difficulty that I have in just now the zone is in my neighborhood. Positives first. I do appreciate one of the concerns that we had last year was residents who were, had their grass kind of disturbed on each side. And I will say that as I go through my neighborhood, the contractor is putting, I think, much more energy into removing these slabs without any collateral damage to the property. So they have equipment that is out there that is able to sort of extract the slab without driving a big, or a mini front end loader onto the property. So that, I noticed they have a number of sidewalks prepped in my neighborhood, and they have the sawhorses out, and they seem to be methodically, taking these projects in a good way, in an improved way. The difficulty I have is in talking with my neighbors is like there are 5 criteria that are used to determine whether a sidewalk slab needs to be replaced. So the way it pitches, the way it dips, if it's cracked, if there's and they rate them 1 through 5, with 5 being the only mandatory replaced slabs. The difficulty that I have, and I don't, when you look down the sidewalk, you might have a sidewalk that looks like a roller coaster. And in a lot of areas, and I'm no engineer, but in a lot of areas, the pink X that goes on the sidewalk could be the slab in the middle that connects the 2 side pieces instead of the 2 side pieces. And I think that there's no oversight on those. Whatever is marked certainly meets the criteria as a level 5 problem, but it doesn't take into account that the adjoining pieces, if you replace the piece in the middle, you could have a compliant sidewalk. And that's not occurring, and then to basically say to the residents, well, we're going to do it anyway, and then we're going to put it on your taxes, which is what this agenda item does, I think does create a hardship in concert with the other agenda items we have, where we're going to put a lien on your property for waste, we're going to put a lien on your property for water, and I think this is an exorbitant cost and unnecessary, so I'll be a no.
Thank you, sir. Any further comments from the board? I have a motion by Supervisor Kersten, supported by Clerk Berry, to approve item 9F. Clerk Berry.
Supervisor Kersten.
Aye.
Clerk Berry, aye. Trustee Anderson.
No.
Trustee Joseph.
No.
Trustee DeMink.
Aye.
Trustee Vosberg.
Aye.
Treasurer Elliott.
Aye.
Item 9G.
Item 9G is to approve a recommendation by the Treasurer's Office to place paving district special assessments on the 2023 winter tax roll.
So moved.
Motion by trustee Domingue.
Support.
By trustee Vosberg. Anything additional?
This is
Same-
just the paving districts
same
that are
act.
already established SADs, and that's what's in the resolution when they were adopted.
I can't hear the speaker. Could you say that again, Ms. Lori?
So this is just the annual procedure, and this is what was set up with the assessment when it was adopted.
Thank you.
Any comments from the board? Comments from the public? Bring it back up to the board. I have a motion by trustee Domingue, supported by trustee Vosberg, to approve item 9G. Clerk Berry?
Trustee Domingue?
Aye.
Trustee Vosberg?
Aye.
Trustee Anderson?
Aye.
Trustee Joseph?
Aye.
Treasurer Elliott?
Aye.
Supervisor Kersten?
Aye.
Clerk Berry, aye.
Item 9H.
Item 9H is to approve a recommendation by the Treasurer's Office to place the attached list of the 2023 detention pond special assessments on the 2023 winter tax roll.
So moved.
Second.
Supervisor Treasurer Elliott, supported by Clerk Berry. Crystal, anything additional?
Continual
Same thing.
annual procedure.
Thank you. Comments from the board? Comments from the public? Seeing none, I have a motion by Treasurer Elliott, supported by Clerk Berry, to approve item 9H. Clerk Berry?
Treasurer Elliott?
Aye.
Clerk Berry, aye. Trustee Anderson?
Aye.
Trustee Joseph?
Aye.
Trustee Domingue?
Aye.
Trustee Vosberg?
Aye.
Supervisor Kersten?
Aye. Item 9I.
Item 9I is to approve a recommendation by the Treasurer's Office to apply list of delinquent water bills to the 2023 winter tax roll.
Supervisor Kersten will make a motion to approve.
Support.
Support. Treasurer Elliott?
This is part of a water ordinance that applies it to the taxes in annual procedure.
Thank you. Comments from the board? Trustee Anderson?
Yes, thank you. Isn't there a procedure through the water, or through our water board as far as hardships and for our residents meeting their water bill, that they could contact our water and sewer?
Yes, there is a program through Great Lakes Water Service that we defer them to.
All right, they've been, okay.
Those that do come in and make the request, we
They
do
come in.
refer them to that agency.
Thank you.
Trustee Joseph?
Yeah, Mr. Supervisor, I would propose that we, instead of waiting for people to come in and request assistance that they might not know is available, that as a procedural matter, we include opportunity for help prior to placing it on the tax rolls. I realize that ordinance permits the inclusion, but to not advise somebody who is, again, people I've run into that are unable to make their water bill and keep up with their taxes aren't always the most aware of what could be available to them. They're struggling just to survive. So I would like to see perhaps an inclusion of a policy that dictates a letter to the township prior to. I'm sorry?
Excuse me, didn't mean to interrupt you.
That's okay.
So there is a process in place. We do have staff that reach out to those individuals. Crystal, do you want to address this?
The water department does provide information to the residents regarding the RAP program and setting up payments to get them into a situation where it doesn't go to taxes. So the cutoff date for these delinquent bills is March 31st. So they have from March 31st until October 31st to get the arrears at that time caught up to avoid that. And they do provide information to them as far as the assistance programs.
I appreciate that. My question was at what point? So if the resident requests information, I know from past practices, we have a great staff, they'll direct them to, programs. When do they get notice that that there's a tax lien that's been added for the delinquent water bill? What I'm suggesting is there a policy or a provision that when they get notified of, potential tax liens, do they get also notification of help at that point, or are we responding to people that, request it.
I cannot speak to the water and sewer APO or their operating procedures and how they handle. This is information that's provided in accordance to their ordinance that gives us to apply. I do know that the information, they do put it on the back of the water bills of talking about the RAP. It's in our Chesterfield connection. It's on the website. And they do offer it to whoever does ask, and it is out there. If there's something further that you would prefer to be added, that would be something that would have to be taken to the water department for their procedure to adjust their APOs.
Yeah, appreciate that. This one was specifically targeted at the treasurer's office, and the notification going to the water customer, recognizing that their delinquent water bill is now going to be added to their tax bill. And during that process, what I'm asking for is an inclusion of what options could avoid a tax lien. And so I'll end it because I think we're off track now, but I'll just bring it to you, Treasurer Elliott, and maybe we could, add to the policy and try to make another, attempt at helping people in a bad spot.
Trustee Joseph,
Treasurer Elliott.
yeah, as Crystal has said, there are many ways that those who are in delinquent status on the water bills are contacted through the water department, and they are in the back. There is notification on the back of every water bill currently that's mailed, and I will check into seeing what the procedures are in the water department to make sure that there's adequate and get back with you. I'll send an email this week. Thank you.
Any further comments from the board? I have a motion by Supervisor Kersten, supported by Treasurer Elliott. Public comments.
Paul LaFata, 48055 Mallard. There's approximately 300 people on that list that are getting their water bills put on their taxes. A lot of people that have mortgages on their homes, have their taxes put on their mortgage payment. They can't afford to pay their water bills. When the mortgage payments increase, I don't know how they're going to afford to pay their mortgage payments. So what we do is we add insult to injury, because at the last board meeting, we raised the water and sewer rates more than Great Lakes Water raised the rates to the township. I don't know where they got their percentages, but the cost that the township added that's going to be in effect in September 1st is even going to put these people deeper in the hole. So these are the same people that have sidewalks, same people that can't pay their water bills, same people that just had their water and sewer rates raised, going to have taxes put on their mortgage payments. You can't make the mortgage payment, they're going to start going into foreclosure. And it's not justified when you heap on increased water rates that aren't justifiable, that you cannot justify them with any data or any documentation whatsoever. I will challenge anybody to a debate with documentation from Great Lakes Water and Sewer and these percentages, especially the RTS, when there's bond payments in there and you increase it with a percentage. It's ludicrous. You're putting these people out of their homes. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Further comments from the public?
John Speaker, 53978 Conner Drive. I've got a question, and this one's directly related to the Treasurer Elliott. I didn't hear an exact number from you on how many of our residents are currently delinquent. And my concern is, you were pretty quick on supporting the motion, to add this delinquency to their tax bill. So overzealous there on, going after the residents. I'd like to see, and it was brought up, I didn't hear anything from you in specifics on what type of, outreach program that we have. And I don't want to hear that, on our water bill, we've got the RAP program. I know what the RAP program is, but a lot of residents don't know what the RAP program is. But what I think needs to be done, and what should be done, is I think there should be an outreach to these residents that are delinquent, and we should try to help them before we throw a lien on their tax bill. So I'm totally opposed to that. And I'd like for them in the outreach program to be notified that, there is a RAP program where we can help them. So before we, get overzealous and we start tapping somebody's, putting a lien on somebody's property taxes, I think, we need to step back. And what I think, and what an example of 4U's forget is you're out of touch with reality on this side, with the residents. Residents work day to day. They're struggling out there, and they're struggling in our township. But unfortunately, the reality on that side of the board for this
Speaker,
side
speak to the topic.
isn't seen.
Speak
You
to
don't
the
see it from this
topic.
side.
Quit attacking individuals.
Mr. Supervisor, I know you're struggling
Speaker,
tonight.
Not struggling.
Is there some? Do you need me to call EMS for you?
Mr. Speaker,
I'm not off topic on this.
keep talking.
So
Keep to the topic, the agenda.
this is to the topic, but we need to reach out to the residents before we get overzealous and we just start, throwing a tax lien on their property. I know you brought this up before and then you backed off when you put it on the water bill, but just stop being overzealous. Remember where you came from. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any further comments from the public?
I just wonder, we've got 300 people that are delinquent in their water bills. When do you consider them delinquent? At what stage? Is it a dollar amount? Is it monthly bills that are missed and not paid? What stage do you consider them delinquent? You're asking people to... Pardon me? Why not answer it now?
Point of information, Mr. Supervisor.
Yes, sir.
I'm just I'm having a hard time following the procedure tonight. You asked.
No.
There are questions that are asked and answered on one presenter and not on another. I don't know what we're doing here.
We're doing good. Mr. Kadich, continue. I've got your question. We'll answer it at the end of the night.
You're an embarrassment. You're an absolute embarrassment.
I can see why you're... I hope everybody recognizes why the item K is deliberately taking away the time speakers can talk, the amount of time speakers can talk at the meetings. Basically, he's eliminating
Mr.
everything, so
Kadich,
he doesn't
you got to
have
talk
to
about this
answer
agenda
anything.
item, not the next one. You'll get that one when you get to it.
Well, I'm just mentioning it now.
Okay. Thank you. Any further comments from the public? Seeing the trustee Crystal, do you want to answer that question?
Yes. So they're
Please.
considered delinquent when they're 6 months past due. They're considered delinquent when they're 6 months past due. Mm-hmm. 6 months past due. We send regular notices to inform them that they're past due. I'm sorry, I apologize. So accounts are considered delinquent at 6 months past due, and we send out delinquent notices. Water and sewer sends out delinquent notices. The bills do not come from the treasurer's office.
Area water, trash, and sidewalk delinquents amounts placed on the winter tax roll. Is that statutorily that all three of these have to be on the winter tax? Can they, I don't know, we're talking about other things, but that seems like it could be burying a homeowner if they're running into some problems. I don't know. This seems like overkill.
Yes, that is. Any further questions from the board?
sorry, we were just laughing at you.
We're a lot of people laughing at you, too. Okay, any further, Treasurer Elliott?
These are things that you've done, the board has done for the entire time, every year, annually. We went through this last year. It was kind of the same thing, very similar. All of this same type of questioning by board members who have served on this board for a decade. So I know these are very standard. The agenda item is to approve them to go onto the winter tax roll. Very standard procedure. The water department does a fantastic job of reaching out and communicating with residents, and we have one particular person who sits in our office all day long and communicates with the folks in these delinquent bills and works with them and calls them and works on the RAP program. The communication that comes out of the water department has always been very good, and for this item to be politicized is unfair to the employees who are committed to serving these residents. Every single one of these, whether it's the trash or the water bills, are acknowledged. We send out notification, and the letters will go out next week notifying from the Treasurer's Department that these SADs will also be going out, and it gives them about 45 days in order to notify the Treasurer's Office how they would like to proceed and whether they want, say, the sidewalk assessment. They have the option of not putting that on the winter taxes if that was what they would like. So this is really standard procedures that you're seeing. That is not an overzealous. It's just a standard procedure in order to move the business meeting along. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Vosberg.
Thank you. I know not everyone will agree with this statement, but to me, I think this is a way to help some of the people, because another option would be that you have to turn the water off because they're not paying it. So this is a way for them to continue getting the services while they are in a process of making it up. And it will be with extra payments, but that's how it has to be done. That's how we all do it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further comments? I have a motion by Supervisor Kersten, supported by Treasurer Elliott, to approve item 9I. Clerk Berry.
Supervisor Kersten.
Aye.
Treasurer Elliott.
Aye.
Trustee Anderson.
No.
Trustee Joseph.
No?
Trustee Demink.
Aye.
Trustee Vosberg.
Aye.
Clerk Berry, aye.
Item 9J.
Item 9J is to approve a recommendation by the Treasurer's Office to place delinquent trash bills on the 2023 winter tax roll.
Is there a motion to approve?
So moved.
Motion by
Support.
Treasurer Elliott, supported by Trustee Vosberg. Anything to add to this one, Crystal?
The list is provided to us from GFL on who's delinquent, and they are also given their time to pay prior to it going on the taxes.
Thank you. Comments from the board? Seeing no comments from the board, comments from the public? No comments from the public. A motion by Treasurer Elliott, supported by Trustee Vosberg, to approve item 9J.
Treasurer Elliott.
Aye.
Trustee Vosberg.
Aye.
Trustee Anderson.
No.
Trustee Joseph.
No?
Trustee Demink.
Aye.
Trustee Vosberg, or excuse me, Supervisor Kersten.
Yes. Aye.
Clerk Berry, aye.
Item 9K.
Item 9K is a recommendation by Supervisor Kersten to approve changes to APO 04-2018 Board Rules and Procedures.
This is after extensive discussion, sat down with,
Is there a motion?
I'm sorry. Supervisor
Is there a
Kersten.
motion on this before you start
Supervisor
talking about your
Kersten will
genius
make a
work?
motion to approve. Is there support?
I'll support.
Trustee Vosberg. This is an original item that was brought in May to amend and change and alter the way this board meeting is run. It is consistent with several, you have the draft in the package. It was consistent with surrounding communities, and it will make this board run a little bit more professional. The point will be to stop the political posturing, the campaigning, and remove the personal attacks. Comments from the board. Trustee Vosberg.
Thank you, Mr. Supervisor, and thank you for bringing this forward. The people that are looking at the copy of the agenda can see that the changes are in red and the deletions have a black line through them. And I wanted to draw attention to the item 4.3, which is the order of business. And one of the items on there is item number 6, department reports, which is what we currently have on our agenda as well, that departments can give reports or just points of information that will be useful for residents and the board alike. And I would like to bring attention to that the Board of Trustees is not a department. According to our listing, we are a board. We are not a department. I just wanted to point that out so that, as I see it, trustees that have issues would get their items on the agenda as an agenda item. Thank you.
Comments from the board. Trustee Domingue.
So real quick, Kathy, you're just saying like where I'm liaison to planning or Parks and Rec, that's where I'll still do my comment on that. That's still allowed as liaison, as for other board members when they're the liaison. That's when they make their comments for their, whatever they're assigned to.
That's how I see it. Yes, it's regarding that department, not just a personal opinion type of thing.
Okay, thank you.
Trustee Anderson.
Yeah, it's good you're plowing that field. I'm looking at some other things here. Up to tonight, public could talk on the agenda items. We had 20-plus items. I guess you would look at the entire agenda. Some were kind of mundane, others were serious. We were fortunate enough to have our former treasurer in the audience who was able to educate us. Mr. Speaker brought up something, an expenditure that we might have stumbled through. Or maybe it was there on purpose in the bill run. I don't know. This board deals in hundreds of thousands to millions of dollars of expenditures during some of its meetings. You as our residents, our taxpayers, or whatever you want to call yourselves, God bless every one of you, you will have the opportunity to talk for 3 minutes with this change, my understanding, and please correct me, at the beginning of the meeting you can address the whole agenda that is in that little, that you'll pick up there. Might be 20, 30 things, thousands of dollars of interest. You'll have 3 minutes at the beginning of the meeting to say your piece, then please sit down, don't say nothing. Let these wise folks up here decide how to spend your money. At the end of the meeting, you'll be able to talk for 3 minutes too. And your board members, they'll also be, we'll be allowed 3 minutes to speak too. We don't want to hurt anyone's feelings. I don't really care what other communities do. I live in Chesterfield, and I'm up here representing the people from Chesterfield. I'm not representing the people from Sterling Heights or wherever this stuff falls down from. If we have issues, I believe the chair should manage your meetings fairly with an even hand, simple as that. But if they ever refer to something like this, amending an APO to cut things down, I think we got issues. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Trustee Joseph?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Supervisor. The first comment I had was the Trustee Vosberg, your distinction sort of has implications on a whole bunch of other, like the executive summaries reference department as trustees. The presenter of an agenda item prepared by is Trustee Anderson or Trustee Joseph or Trustee Domingue, and the department is listed as trustee. So you're talking about a cultural shift now, because the item that Trustee Demink raised is that as a board liaison to the Parks and Rec, he's afforded a department report in the same way that the supervisor will give updates from his office. And I think that's perfectly acceptable. I don't understand you limit the 3 minutes of a board member to address issues. When we created the department reports, the conversation was exactly what you're proposing the opposite of now, that perhaps board members could reduce their speaking time in board comments if they had an opportunity to make reports during a presentation exactly where it appears as item 6. Now, we're not allowed to speak on liaison issues unless we confine that to the 3 minutes. There's clearly an ever-reaching attempt to censor our residents and to censor unfavorable opinions wherever they may come from, whether it's the board or the public. Sorry? Is it okay if I continue speaking, or would you like to interrupt me and debate? I know, you just want to tell me where I'm wrong. Okay.
Trustee Wasberg?
Before you.
Mr. Supervisor, if I have the floor, how do you, let Seaborn handle
Point
it.
of information, point of information. Once Trustee Joseph is finished with that topic, because he brought up my name, when he's finished with that topic, I would like to address that before he moves on to other things that he's allowed to talk about. Thank you.
Understood. Trustee Joseph, you may continue.
Thank you, Mr. Supervisor. Again, we have rules for thee, but not for me. If I hear something I don't like, I'll interrupt the speaker, I'll be recognized by the chair, and I'll be allowed to respond. I thought that the procedure that you adopted on the county commission was round 1, round 2, round 3, and so forth. I don't understand why there can be an interruption of a person who has the floor. And why did you recognize her? I don't understand the consistency in your... That's just, I don't know what you had in your mind as your intent, but the words that came out of your mouth were exactly the opposite of what you said. But it doesn't matter. But my point is, and I will, as I always do, I respect your opinion, Ms. Vosberg. I'm just pointing out that there's limited opportunities for trustees to communicate to the public on the boards that they sit on. And I do appreciate it when the treasurer or the fellow trustee gives the board updates on projects or committees that they're working on. They're not designed to be anything but informative, and to take that too away because we might get a little off topic seems harsh, and it seems like censorship. But I'll move on, and I'll wait to hear your rebuttal to that. But the other areas of real concern are the language that is included that's very subjective, and I'm worried about lawsuits because we do have an Open Meetings Act that we need to require, that we need to uphold, and the proposed change under the APO 5.3, there's a lot of red ink that doesn't come in on this black and white paper copy, but the red ink that eliminates an attempt to engage the board or any member in debate. So when a presenter goes to the podium, as Mr. Rayner did, and he asks the supervisor a question, the supervisor answers the question, they both committed a violation of our APO because now that individual has engaged a member of the board erroneously and could be held out of order. That's the proposed change. The other is a failure to address the board on matters germane to township business. It really is a very subjective determination. The personal attacks have always been part of our board rules, and it is not appropriate to make personal attacks, but it's up to the chair to rule those things out of order and keep command of the meeting, which we've, had some real trouble with. The agenda item, well, we're basically we redo anything past our current agenda, item 6. So item 6.2, the record of the meetings, we then replace number 8, and we have public comment on agenda items only, a 3-minute time limit. So a resident comes to the podium to comment on a regular agenda item, and oftentimes the regular agenda item includes a presentation by the department head bringing the agenda item forward. Oftentimes, information that comes from the podium, from the department head, is not provided to the public or the board in the agenda packet. We have presentations that come with complete slides from vendors and other departments, none of which is provided to the board ahead of time, and certainly nothing is provided to the citizenry. So they're supposed to be able to comment on an agenda item that hasn't been fully revealed, and allow the regular agenda item comes up and the department head gives a lot of information which wasn't available prior to their opportunity to speak, and we call that equitable contribution to the citizenry. It's really absurd, and this idea that the supervisor led off this conversation with, it was adopted in other municipalities. You know, other municipalities also have elected officials who have a tremendous amount of board experience, having come from the private sector. So you don't see Supervisor Stathakis dealing with the challenges that we have here, because he knows how to run a board meeting. He knows how to chair a board meeting. And I think that if we had some adherence to the rules as we exist, we could have much shorter and much more effective meetings. And Mr. Supervisor, with all due respect, I think if you could consider allowing another member of the board to just model for you chairmanship of a meeting, I think you would see that there is a way to do it. I've been here for 10 years, and occasionally the supervisor is absent and unable to chair a meeting. We've all had, I think, various turns, and Trustee DeMink, I think you could provide some real modeling. There's a neutrality in the way that you chair a meeting. Clerk Berry has chaired a meeting. I honestly believe that any member of the board, and of course Trustee Vosberg, your experience as the first female chair of the Macomb County Board of Commissioners, and we've talked about this many times, our meetings are not run properly. Our meetings lack proper decorum and parliamentary understanding and basic understanding of Robert's rules. I beg any member of this board, with the exception of Treasurer Elliott, and I don't say that from any disparaging cognitive impairments, I just don't think that you have any experience running a board meeting, but every other member of this board has experience in that area and could model for you an appropriate management of a meeting. It's embarrassing. And it really does not require the censorship of our residents to have an orderly meeting. These meetings are long and improper because the chairman lacks knowledge. It's just that simple. So I'll wait for round two, but I do appreciate the distinction that you raised, Ms. Vosberg, and I'd like you to respond. Thank you.
Comments from the board? Any further comments from the board? Trustee Vosberg.
Thank you. Regarding department, when there are department reports, I see it very appropriate for us to ask questions. I'll tell you why I said what I said about the item that says departments. The 3 full-time electeds do have a department. It's very appropriate for them to report on what is going on in their department. I'm not saying that they should not be reporting there. But it is not a time for, this evening, under department reports, there was a report by you, by Trustee Joseph, that was not something that the board had approved to be working on. It was not something, it was, in my opinion, it was an opinion type of thing that's appropriate for board comments at the end when you want to bring up something, which we do. We bring up new topics all the time. If it's something that is so serious or so involved that it needs to have further dialogue, then I think it has to become an agenda item. That was my point of what I said earlier about that item on the agenda. If we look on our website, it lists the departments, and it includes the clerk's office, the supervisor's office, and the treasurer's office. It does not include trustees. We are listed under boards and commissions. That's all I wanted to point out about that. And that's all part of making the meeting a business-type meeting with decorum, and acting politely and with decorum works both ways. We have to, we expect it from the public, and we have to demonstrate it here as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Trustee Anderson.
Round two. Okay, I appreciate what you said. I strongly, I had talks with the supervisor. This name calling has no place here. Personal, things get kind of personal. But again, I look at the revisions here. Item number 6, department reports. Seems to be a lot of talk about department reports. What I'm concerned about is item number 7. Public comment on agenda items, only 3-minute time limit. Looks like that is the beginning of the meeting. And then number 13, correction, there's number 12, comments from the public, not 5 but 3 minutes at the end of the meeting. And then the board gets 3 minutes. That's what I'm looking at. Sure, it's freedom of speech has been greatly reduced, still meeting the ends there, but at the same time, that I believe is what the gist of these changes are. Again, my opinion, not about department reports and things of this nature. Seems like Trustee Joseph and I are the only ones that have kind of addressed that, but anyhow, thank you again.
Clerk Barry.
Thank you, Mr. Supervisor. This is just kind of a housekeeping issue on this. Some of the changes, bullet point changes that we have under section 5.3, disrupt the public meeting and failure to address the board on matters germane to the township business. Just so the board is aware that that is addressed under item 5.4. It says the chairperson may call to order any person who is being disorderly by speaking or otherwise disrupting the proceedings, so that one is there, failing to be germane or by speaking longer than the allotted time or by speaking vulgarities. When I read that as applying to board members as well as members of the public, so I'm not so sure that we need to include those bullet points. I didn't know if there was a reason why we were doing that, but I suspect it's because there has been a failure in the past to address those issues, or those issues have been a problem. But just to point out to the board that it would be stating those things twice. It is already in section 5.4, so I'm not so sure we need to add them, but just wanted to bring that to the board's attention.
Thank you. Any further comments from the board? Trustee Joseph.
I appreciate you clarifying the department reports. I'm not certain where I need permission from this board to form a committee, and a committee that will bring an APO forward for consideration. I don't know that I need board approval for that. It is an attempt to address one of the many failures, the supervisor and his inadequacies, that I brought that forward without any opinion other than to say that I have expert individuals who are participating at a pro bono rate that costs the township nothing, and identifying that as a committee for residents to join needs board approval. That needs board approval. You need to say that it's okay for me to do that. And it's okay, I need the board to approve that it's okay for me to announce as the trustee that I've formed a committee in concert with Clerk Barry. I need to have permission. I need to be recognized that it's not appropriate to deliver it in the way that I did. I don't know how to answer residents' questions. They go to the podium. They ask me a question. I stare back at them like a monkey looking at fire for the first time because I'm afraid to violate the APO when it's a very simple question. We had it happen here again tonight. Resident asked a question. he's told by the supervisor, I'll answer your question at the end of the meeting. Begrudgingly, the department head tries to answer the question. She just simply says it's 6 months. Now you've created a debate where the resident who asked the initial question is asking the department head, when all that had to happen was the supervisor either sticks to an edict that says, I'm not going to answer any questions, comments only, or I'm going to answer your questions as they come up. It's a management of the board that is lacking. Clerk Berry pointed out the redundancies in this, they're numerous. The same conclusion is this. If you have a chairperson that knows or cares about understanding the rules of conducting a basic board meeting, you'll get a better result. Rules that diminish the public's opportunity to speak are only going to bring more criticism of this board. And there doesn't seem to be any concern. He defiantly says, you're not recognized. That's his new tagline. But he doesn't even understand the basic point of information. He doesn't understand it. Like, what do you do when you have inadequacies in the leadership? Is you correct that. You don't take away people's ability to speak. And that's what we're doing. And I know that you have the votes. I know that he's very, very dissatisfied with being pummeled over the previous last few board meetings. But people have a right to come forward and say, please don't raise my taxes. If you're not running an efficient department, you can't use me and my bank account to spackle over your incompetence. They have a right to say that. They have a right to question. They have a right to question $14 million in bonds. They have a right to ask, why are you approving 20% pay raises after midnight, after a closed session? Why are you doing that? They have a right to say that. And what we're doing is because we can't manage the tone, we can't manage improperness, we add more rules. This is not the county, and I understand why the 3 minutes at the beginning and the end, but you have a professional board there. You have information that goes out that provides the public. You have a dashboard that has every collective bargaining agreement on it. You have accountability on the county that is lacking here, and the only place for people to get it is in this forum. And so the county, whose size is almost 1 million people, I don't think that they could really accommodate 3 minutes per regular agenda item at a county board meeting. And I understand why that rule is there. But the organization that we pay dues to, the Michigan Township Association, have you logged into their website, Mr. Supervisor? Have you looked at what the recommendations are for getting close to your citizenry? Or do you just log in to go to Traverse City for the conference? Because there's a lot of information on that website that could help you manage a board meeting so we don't look foolish all the time. And in that website, you can see that the township, the essence of a township was created we're different than cities. It was created to allow a closeness with the people that we work for, our bosses. You're contemptuous towards our boss, and we're continuing to limit them, and this is about the 6th, 7th, 8th revision attempt, and it just stinks. And I wish, sir, I wish that you would just appoint, just designate Trustee Demink at the next board meeting, or Trustee Vosberg. Let them, watch them. I don't always agree with him, but I tell you, when he takes over a meeting, he just does it like Switzerland, very diplomatic. This person gets to talk, this person gets to talk, and so forth. The lacking here is in the board chair, not in the board rules. And if we don't fix that and address that, we're going to have continued problems with an angry public that feels like we're not listening to them and we're not giving them time to speak. So please consider that. And the last thing I'll say, there's nothing really more. They're going to do it no matter what you say. But I'll tell you this. I will stay here after every board meeting, and I will answer questions as long as residents have questions. I'll try my best to answer the questions honestly. I have zero problem curtailing my comments to 3 minutes. But I will stay. I won't be able to answer all the questions in 3 minutes. I will simply stay here. Trustee Anderson has indicated to me he'll stay here. We'll answer questions as long as you have them, and we'll listen to you. and we'll try to bring resolution to your problems. But this is just another censorship opportunity, and it's designed to cover up bad leadership, and it shouldn't be approved.
Thank you. Just on a side note, I'll invite you to my MTA presentation in October. I'll send you an invite. They've invited me up there to speak.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear you.
Be one of
People
their
were
guest
applauding
speakers.
at your ignorance.
Any further comments from the board? Open it up to the public. Comments from the public?
I don't know about anybody else, but this whole session of reducing the time to speak to a total of 6 minutes per meeting is not because he can't handle the meeting. It's because he doesn't want to deal with the problems that are out there and explain to the public what is wrong and accept any recommendations we have to deal with them. It's one way of, you know, as long as he gets 3 or 4 other board members to vote with him, he's going to get his way. I can remember when we'd had meetings back when Lovelock was in, who wasn't the greatest guy in the world, but you could get up during an agenda item and you entered into dialogue. You asked him what was going on, why was this happening? He'd explain what the thing was. You'd say if you had a problem with it, and it would be dealt with. We went from that to when Accovetti was here, just not answering during agenda items. He could talk. There wasn't too much of a limit on talking, but he just wouldn't answer them. And then we went to 3 minutes per agenda item and 5 minutes that nobody still answered any of your questions or responded to any of your questions. And then you had 5 minutes to talk at public comments. And now you're going to 3 minutes before any of the agenda items to discuss all of the agenda items, and 3 minutes afterwards. Like I told you, last time you came up with this thing was the night that the Bakers were here complaining about how their son was treated. And I said, you might have locked the door. It's got the same effect. I don't understand it. You basically, when you campaigned, you said you were a public servant. You were for openness. Is this what you consider open? Things are happening in here that's financially disrupted to this community. You're behind it. You're not willing to discuss it. You're not willing to answer questions. And yet you want to sit here now and further eliminate any questions so you don't have to respond to them? I didn't vote for you the last time, and I sure as hell I'm going to vote for you the next time. Thank you.
My name is Janice Young. I'm going to restart my timer. I can figure out how to do that. Got it. Okay, if I can start my time now. My name is Janice Young, 28714 Yorkshire. I just want to start out by saying, Supervisor Kersten, a year sure goes by fast, doesn't it? In the blink of an eye. When I come to these meetings, I learn a lot from the board discussions and other residents' comments. And sometimes I don't even fully understand what the agenda item is about until I hear those discussions. Supervisor Kersten, why do you want to strip that opportunity from me? For me to learn about my local government and how it affects me, my home, and my community, and the chance to be able to come up here and speak intelligently about it once I do. I can tell you what it looks like and feels like to me. It looks like you don't really care what I think. I've given each of you a printout, some quotes and references to refresh your memories on what each of you have said in the past. Trustees Anderson and Demink, 10 years ago, you both are quoted in the patch as saying that you listen to the residents and want resident input. I feel like Trustee Anderson generally does. Do you, Trustee Demink? You were also quoted in The Voice in October of 2020 saying, I want this board to work together and put residents first. Do you really think that way, or were those just empty words? Treasurer Elliott, on your webpage, you state the following, and I quote, "I will collaborate with businesses, nonprofits, neighboring communities, and elected officials to solve issues. I will listen to understand residents' concerns." Are those just empty words as well? Trustee Joseph, on your webpage, you call yourself a resident watchdog. You state that you fully explain your vote and maintain open communication with all residents. And in the last 8 months, you've done exactly that. Clerk Barry, I could find no written statements from you expressing that you would listen to the residents, but you have a quote in the patch from 10 years ago that you're passionate about protection of constitutional rights and liberties, and you said it twice. And I believe you. I feel that over the last 8 months, you have listened. And based on what the 5 of you have put in writing to the public to read, I would expect a no vote from each of you on the recommendation from the supervisor. And Trustee Vosberg, I can't find anywhere where you would say anything to listen to the residents or care about them. Why is that? I'm actually quite shocked. You came and approached me before the meeting today, gave me a little bit of hope, and then you supported this motion. I don't understand that at all. And finally, Supervisor Kersten, just 1 short year ago, on August 8th, 2022, you posted on your Facebook page following, and I quote, "From a supervisor's perspective, I will continue to listen to the residents of Chesterfield Township and work with the board to make Chesterfield a great place to call home and work in." Has something changed in that year? Why now do you all of a sudden want to silence the residents and the board members? And we all know which board members you want to silence. Have you grown tired of the handful of us that are here always voicing our concerns? Or are you irritated that another board member often challenges you? Or did you just simply lie a year ago when you said that? I ask that you listen to me, a longtime resident of Chesterfield, and withdraw your recommendation to change this APO. I look forward to your withdrawing this recommendation or hearing your no votes. And heaven forbid, if you vote yes, why?
Again, Mike Rayner. I can be long-winded, surprisingly, but I think I'm going to practice beating the 3-minute time frame on this one because I want to save a little bit for later. Besides, I think we still have 5. Number one, I think it's important, a lot of what we're talking about right now, many of the folks that are sitting here, they don't really have the details because the details, you have to go to your website and you have to read all of the details. We haven't even heard all of them. So there are a lot of things that could be very upsetting, they were to me, that you don't get in the agenda summary thing here. So either everybody goes online and reads it, or we print the whole thing up. We obviously don't need too many handouts because of the pathetic turnout that we get to these meetings twice a month, which is really a whole nother thing. So I think it would be helpful to do that. The other thing is, I don't think our founding fathers, the First Amendment doesn't say 3 minutes of free speech, does it? I don't think so. And I know there are certain rules, I guess, that says, you know, when you're having this, you can only do this or do that, but it seems to me free speech is kind of free speech. And should I be shut up when I'm expressing that sort of thing? The other thing, if you guys end up with 3 minutes apiece, right? So 3 times 7, that's 21. There are only a couple that speak regularly. Many remain the silent minority, or majority actually. So why don't we take the 21 minutes and use them all? So we go through and say, okay, it's your turn, your turn, your turn. And if we haven't used up 21 minutes, then maybe those who would like to continue to talk can take the balance. That's kind of the way it often is here. We sit and we listen to a few that are informed, are questioning situations, are showing their knowledge and their interest. And then we have the others that are just kind of waiting around, waiting for the meeting to end, I guess, or maybe they have all the answers, I don't know. So anyway, I can't save my time for later, but I will have a few things to add later. So anyway, I think the First Amendment didn't include a time limit. Thank you.
So regards to this issue, we've come back to it. It was the second or third time we've had to deal with that. I remember back in 2021, this was an issue being brought up, and I had mentioned that this was something that, when I served in Afghanistan, we didn't have to hear about it from villages where, even though it was limited only to men speaking in that sort of context, it was that every man had the right to speak within that village parameter. So the main concept is what, you're being more repressive than a village in Afghanistan? I don't like that one bit. This is the United States of America. In this republic, we are guaranteed the ability to associate with our government within the parameters that were established. And yet, it seems that this is becoming more and more restrictive. Trustee Joseph had mentioned something earlier, and this reminds me of a phrase I often bring up here. So I'm going to give you a definition here. It is the concept of a self-fulfilling prophecy. It's a prediction that comes true, at least in part, as a result of a person's belief or expectations that said prediction would come true. The concept here is that by limiting public interactions, you create the distrust you are so trying to get rid of within this community. You are creating the distrust by thinking that by being more trustful. That is the self-fulfilling prophecy you are enabling at this current moment in time. This is a part of essentially what has become a situation of dissent not being allowed in this republic any further. You see it within political parties, how there is a limitation on people's participation within party primary debates or even the process of voting. You have this in the concepts here. I mean, let's face facts here. This board was pretty much elected in 2020 on the basis of a contentious presidential election year where the majority of this community voted in the Republican Party. Thus, basically the entire fight was in the primary process of August of 2020. That's how almost all of you got on this board. I just want to point that out to you. That is what this country has basically become. It is not what you think. You are not gatekeepers to us, the community, us, the citizenry. This is the problem it is brought in here. So, if you don't want me up there eliminating these rules altogether, because I have no intention of running, but you're making me pretty much feel like I need to, having to deal with this crap all the time. And trust me, I would defeat any of you, because I will intellectually pummel you if you go toe-to-toe with me in a political debate. No one will deny that. So I will leave you this one inspirational hope, okay? This is something that was a speech that was never given, and it goes, we in this country, in this generation, are, by destiny rather than choice, the watchmen on the walls of world freedom. We ask, therefore, that we may be worthy of our power and responsibility, that we may exercise.
Thank you, sir. Time's up. Thank you, sir. I'm not going to warn you again. Next speaker. Next speaker.
The person who was supposed to give it never gave it because he got shot in the head on his way to give it. That's what censorship is.
Thank you, ma'am. The floor is yours.
This too, please. Thanks, Joe. Hi, Nancy Hutchinson, 49525 Callens Road. I started coming to these meetings with a very simple one-word question about Phragmites. And I've lived in this community 17 years. And I can say I'm embarrassed I have never been here before. But since I was at that first meeting, it's like a car accident that you just can't look away from. And I felt it my need as a resident to be here and at least make my point. Whether anyone listens to my point, and I know this half of the room does, this half of the room does not. But whether anyone listens to my point, I live here. I raise my family here. I want my community to work for me. Not for you, not for you, not for you. for all of us. And like Mr. Joseph said, the meetings have turned ugly. Some of them have turned really ugly. And Mr. Kersten, it comes back to you controlling your meeting, because this is your meeting to control. If Mr. Speaker speaks out and you don't like it, throw him out. If I speak out and you don't like it, throw me out. But don't cut off our time, because our time is the only communication we have with every single one of you staring at us. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further comments from the public?
Paul Lafata, 48055 Mallard. Chesterfield Township's moving away from being a democracy. It's going to be a totalitarianism government. It's a government that tries to assert all kinds of control over the lives of the residents that live here in Chesterfield. And by doing that, unfortunately, our supervisor's got a rubber stamp approval of 3 board members. Whatever he says, they do. It's bad. It's really bad. It doesn't matter. I can go through it. There's presentations now. We have presentations instead of agenda items. Residents can't ask questions. Wow. American Rescue Plan. Residents never had any say, never got through town hall on how their $4.9 million are going to be spent. Supervisor Kersten decides who and how that money is going to be spent. F-35 environmental impact study. It involves every resident in Chesterfield Township. Supervisor Kersten refused to have a town hall meeting, refused to post it on the website. 26-mile sewer project. How many residents here were asked whether they wanted a township to go into debt for a 26-mile sewer project that doesn't, benefit any of none? We had a $14 million bond. How many residents want the township to take out a $14 million bond? I don't see any hands going up. No. Water rate increases that you can't justify. You can't justify with data. But Supervisor Kersten and 3 rubber stamp board members, his supporters, voted for it. We don't have a democracy anymore. Whatever Supervisor Kersten put on there about he's listening to the people and the will of the people, throw that in the trash can, because Supervisor Kersten has his own personal and political agendas. And to do that, he's silencing the residents. That's exactly what he's doing. He's doing exactly what he wants to do. APOs for purchasing doesn't matter. If you spend $100,000 on Bassmasters, we'll shuffle it around and we'll make it go away so nobody knows really what the number was. We want rules only to affect the residents, which is the APO when the residents come to the board meetings to challenge their elected officials because they don't like what's on an agenda item. And then we have propaganda. We have the township website where we put all this goody stuff on there.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate it. Further comments from the public?
John Speaker, Chesterfield Township. The bottom line, folks, is this is censorship. The supervisor is trying to censor the residents, and that's the bottom line. He doesn't want to hear the truth. He doesn't want you to know the truth. So if you censor the residents in speaking the truth up here, then you won't have the information, because I guarantee you, you're not going to get the information from the voice. So You're going to get your information from in here from the residents that follow these people on what's going on. To give you an example, when Mr. LaFata said his rubber stamps are Mr. Demink, Trustee Vosberg, huge rubber stamp, and Treasurer Elliott, guaranteed rubber stamp, 99.9% of the time. So she can't think out of the box on her own. It's exactly, we got to vote them out. That's it. Yeah, and we're going to have the opportunity to vote those three out next year. So, again, I live in Chesterfield. I own a house in Chesterfield, and damn it, I pay property taxes in Chesterfield. So whatever you guys do, you're damn right that it concerns me and the residents. So Supervisor Kersten, I see that smile on your face because, you don't pay property, you don't own a house in Chesterfield and pay property taxes in Chesterfield. Emmett's not Chesterfield, so. But I care about what goes on in this township and these residents and our tax money, and I will always safeguard the residents' money. Trustee Demink uses Sterling Heights as an example. Sterling Heights is a city. Their population is 3 times what our population is. He doesn't even use a comparable township when he gives an example. I don't even know if he knows how many residents are in Sterling Heights. I mean, he works in Sterling Heights. He should. Unfair comparison. I don't care about Sterling Heights. I care about Chesterfield, and I care about the residents of Chesterfield, not Sterling Heights. This move is a totalitarian tactic to limit the residents' input and any say on what goes on in this township. It's also a tactic to hide what they do so you don't know what they do. We cannot let that happen, and everybody that votes yes, we need to hold every one of them accountable at the next election and vote them out. That's how we have to do it, and we're gonna do it. So I want you to take notes on everybody that votes yes on this, including the supervisor. He needs to go. He's the first one that needs to go and needs to be voted. And I want to congratulate Kizzy for throwing his name and running in Chesterfield. Thank you.
Sir. Any further comments from the public? Bring it back up to the board. Comments from the board? Comments from the board? Trustee Joseph.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Supervisor. I don't like to hear, we'll find you out of order and we'll drag you out. I don't like that. And I'm looking out into the audience, and we are seeing faces that we haven't seen before, and there's a reason. Ms. Young put together a packet of information that she must have spent considerable amount of time. And I've done these exercises. Clerk Barry, you've done them too, where you look at who's advertising what on their social media accounts, their Facebook pages, and she did some really interesting review. And I don't know Ms. Young. I've only come to know her through the township board meetings. I've said many times in the past. She doesn't seem to be concerned about Republican or Democrat. She's talking about her township and her elected officials. She did a tremendous amount of work for the residents who don't get the benefit of seeing this packet. It's 8 pages, 9 pages, and it takes into account a lot of things that politicians have said over the years. And in the Voice article that I sent regarding transparency, is a word that you will see a lot. You'll see it come election time. Every candidate will talk about how transparent they are. This is not transparency. This is not transparency. What we're being asked to vote on tonight is a rubber stamp of all of the work that goes on in the closed back offices of this building. And then they have to, by law, bring them to the public. It's your money. But everything that comes to the agenda seems to have pre-arranged votes. They arrive past. And so I don't know if the APO will be amended next month, Trustee Vosberg. I don't know if it would be beneficial to you or the supervisor if I just did a checklist at home and I just checked no, and then I could mail it to you, and then you just leave the chair empty, and then every time my name comes up, you just say he votes no or he votes yes, because I don't think that we're going to be satisfied until we get to the point that there is no criticism, there is no constructive or otherwise, no opportunity for the public to say, hey, what about this agenda item? I don't like $14 million being spent here and so forth. There's going to be no opportunity for residents to do that, and if this agenda item passes, I'm just really afraid of what future board meetings look like, because I can't imagine more residents aren't going to come forward as the water bills hit and their tax rates hit. You know, the $14 million adds $1 million a year to the general fund expenditures for the next 20 years. And residents have a right to come in and say, hey, what about that? You can't put a water rate increase on the agenda after the original agenda is posted. You just can't. You put it at the end of the meeting. You can't put 20% pay raises for the chosen few on an agenda item that comes out after closed session at 1 o'clock in the morning. We wrapped up that board meeting. This APO isn't gonna correct that. And I talked about it 2 board meetings ago, Mr. Supervisor. These agendas, they get disproportionately long, and I believe that maybe if the residents pooled their resources and sent one of the 4 on vacation every other week, they could save millions of dollars because you wouldn't have the quorum. Like, if you're going to strategize on how to make sure your government hears you, maybe get together, send them someplace. They'll go. Send them to a conference on good policy. They'll go, and then you'll save like millions. You millions. Now, we'll have a lot of proclamations. We'll be honoring National Coney Dog Week and all of the other nonsense that happens when they don't have the 4 votes. But these agendas are getting long because they have to pack everything in to accommodate vacation schedules. And now you get an APO that supposedly addresses business-like meetings and all of that. It's censorship, pure and simple. And the only way, I think, if you don't like the rules that your leaders are making, you have other choices. And you can certainly vote them out, and I will help you in any way. We'll organize, and we'll get this APO corrected no matter what they do tonight. Because eventually, this is your house. We will restore order to your house and restore your voice to your house.
Any further comments? Any further comments from the board? I have a motion by Trustee Vosberg. I have a motion by Supervisor Kersten, supported by Trustee Vosberg, to approve item 9K.
9A?
9K.
Okay, thank you.
Clerk Berry.
Supervisor Kersten.
Aye.
Trustee Vosberg.
Aye.
Trustee Anderson.
No.
Trustee Joseph.
No.
Trustee DeMink.
Aye.
Treasurer Elliott.
Aye.
Clerk Berry. No.
Item 9L. Item 9L.
To approve a recommendation by the Department of Public Safety to renovate the dispatch center at a cost of $121,730.05 in 2023, which will add newer technology and add a 4th dispatch station and increase space and efficiency.
Supervisor Kersten will make a motion to approve. Is there support? Trustee DeMink. Director Bassett, the floor is yours.
Thank you. This is a request for doing some physical updates with the dispatch center. We came to you earlier this year with all of the technological updates that were necessary. This request is for $121,000. It will update our center from a 3-center station to a 4-center station, as well as preparing it for a video wall and the actual physical setup of the space being improved. I am happy to answer any questions. This will be funded. This is funded in the budget. We will be using a mixture of forfeiture as well as the 911 funding.
Thank you. Comments from the board? Trustee DeMink.
Director Bassett, when they're doing these renovations, Are we gonna have to move dispatch out of there and do a temporary, or how's that gonna work, sir?
We will be moving them to the backup dispatch center, which is on 23 Mile, the fire headquarters.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Trustee Joseph.
First, just thanks, Director Bassett. I know you reached out to try to, explain these agenda items in preparation for the board meeting tonight, and I do appreciate the call and the explanation that, you provided. Just the issue that I was curious about, in the dispatch center, there have been some problems within the building, heavy rains and leaking on equipment. Have we resolved that? And if so, what was the fix there?
So I think there's obviously the issue with the actual entire physical building.
Sure.
And that is something that we're working right now to try and rectify. And I hope within the next couple months we'll be here with an overall solution to the exterior of the building and making sure that we've secured that. I know that was two parts. We had the parking lot as well as the exterior of the building that need to be addressed badly. The parking lot is now with the board approval moving forward, and we expect to see that actually begin in September, and knock on wood, will actually be resolved and corrected. And we're just trying to get a final timeline for getting the exterior of the building secured and resolved.
So currently in the dispatch center, we still have a problem with the leaky roof, and that's seen, as I understood your explanation, as part of the larger building problem that will be addressed. Hopefully, this board approves that modification. But I guess what I'm wondering, if we still have rain coming in, will we, I don't know how we protect the new dispatch center. Is the supervisor authorized some additional plastic bags for covering the monitors?
Yep.
Because that's the practice now.
For sure, Trustee, you are correct that there has been issues, again, in the whole building.
Yeah.
Specifically this year, we have not had any water incursion anywhere in the building, but in the past, there definitely has been. That being said, that's why we're working to make sure that we get it corrected, and corrected as quickly as possible.
So an extra station actually, for any problems with existing dispatch centers, we have, redundancies in place.
Absolutely, and it also helps with the 4 stations. A lot of times it's difficult as we bring in individuals to train, having
Sure.
a space for them to train in, as well as our regular dispatchers, and this will allow us to be better ready and equipped to deal with those type of situations.
Great point. Thank you.
Any further comments from the board? Comments from the public?
John Speaker, 53978 Connor Drive. I want to thank Director Bassett for bringing this to the board. I had the pleasure to I was given the tour of the police station a few months ago, so I fully support this expenditure, and I think it's a good thing. So nobody wants to have, garbage bags over their monitors or a leaky roof. So, our public safety deserves better, and we're going to give them better, and we're going to do what it takes to get it done. So I hope that the board members that just voted to limit everybody's time speaking in here supports this, because I know deep down in your heart you don't support public safety. Thank you.
Any further comments from the public? Go back up to the board. Comments? I have a motion by Supervisor Kersten, supported by Trustee DeMink, to approve item 9L. Clerk Berry.
Supervisor Kersten.
Aye.
Trustee DeMink.
Aye.
Trustee Anderson. Trustee Joseph.
Aye.
Trustee Vosberg.
Aye.
Treasurer Elliott.
Aye.
Clerk Berry. Aye.
Item 9M.
Item 9M is to approve a request by the Department of Public Safety to extend the vehicle lease on 2 2021 Chevy Tahoes in the amount of $768.82 per month per vehicle, which includes vehicle maintenance totaling $18,451.68 for 12 months, beginning 6/1/2023 through 5/31/2024.
Supervisor Kersten will make a motion to approve. Is there support?
Second.
Support.
Clerk Berry. Director Bassett, anything on this?
This is just a request. Again, we had initially had expiration of leases. We looked at both the availability right now currently and also the cost of a new lease, we found the most economical route was just to extend the current leases we have.
Questions from the board? Trustee Vosper.
Thank you, Mr. Supervisor. This isn't a question as much as just a statement. I think I would like us, the leasing of the vehicles was a newer thing that we've done more recently. And at some point, I think I would like to see a more comprehensive report that would look at it like a 5-year projection on, is it still beneficial to lease or should we be purchasing? I know at the time the decision was made, it seemed like lease was the best. I'm not saying it's not, I don't have enough information. Thank you.
So we're, just to respond to that, we're working on that now. The analytics is done. We've met with Enterprise once. We've expanded this usage throughout DPW. The deliveries of vehicles have been problematic both for Enterprise and then both on government bids for us, which is the problem that public safety ran into. We have another meeting scheduled, I think it's next week with Enterprise, where those analytics come in and we'll make those available. And the price point is exactly it. What's the best? We'll make sure you get that. Any further comments? Comments from the public?
John Speaka, 53978 Connor Drive. Just a quick question on this approval. Extending the lease was actually a smart move. So considering what lease rates are today, it was a very good move. I don't have an issue with that. The only question I have is exactly who are these two lease vehicles for? If one's for the Director of Public Safety, Mr. Bassett, and the other one's for Mr. Miller, I have no problems with that. Just wondering if you can expand on that. Just wanted to make sure that none of these vehicles are for the supervisor. Thank you.
Paul Lafado, 48055 Mallard. I would hope, since the interest rates have broken a record, they haven't been this high since 2000, we might reconsider purchasing, since we just got this glorious update from Plant Moran, and it seems like all of our fund balances in the general fund and the public safety fund and everything, we might think about outright purchasing the vehicles. We have a maintenance director. I don't know what he does anymore. I guess he picks up the phone and after so many miles schedules the vehicles for service. But when I buy my personal, I lease vehicles and I buy them outright. And when I buy them outright, I save money. I used to be able to get a good deal through Chrysler, but no longer possible. Without that, when I buy a vehicle outright, I save a ton of money on interest rates right now. If you have the cash available, which Supervisor Kersten keeps bragging on the websites that we do, and in the newspapers, I think we should reconsider not leasing vehicles anymore. Thank you.
Any further comments? Bring it back up to the board. I have a motion by Supervisor Kersten, supported by Clerk Berry, to approve item 9M. Clerk Berry?
Supervisor Kersten.
Aye.
Clerk Berry, aye. Trustee Anderson.
Aye.
Trustee Joseph.
Aye.
Trustee Demink.
Aye.
Trustee Vosberg.
Aye.
Treasurer Elliott.
Aye.
Item 9N.
Item 9N is to approve the estimated total project cost not to exceed $55,000 recommended by the Information Technology Department for completion of the wireless network upgrade project. These project costs are included as part of a $75,000 capital improvement plan that was approved in the 2023 township budget.
I have a motion to approve. Supervisor Kersten will make a motion to approve. Do I have any support?
Support.
Support by trustee Demink. Ms. Garber, do you want to address this? I'll add to it if you're...
So our IT department is working on expanding our camera network throughout the township for the security cameras, gates at Brandenburg, Pollard Park, Sugarbush Elementary, and the township offices. We're hoping that in the end, dispatch will be able to watch and monitor all of our parks and our offices. And this is an ongoing update. So there has been some of the items have come to in front of the board, and we're just working on finalizing this expansion.
Thank you. Questions from the board? Trustee Vosberg.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Does this include expansion or improving the service here on this campus? Does it include across the river at the historic village as well? Do you know?
I'm not sure if the historic village was put into this particular item, but it is for obviously like the cabling underground, the network switches, the mounts, the cameras, I'm sorry, I want to go back. It does not include the cameras. It includes all the infrastructure to get us to the cameras.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm not sure what that meant. The cameras or the Wi-Fi in the historic village, was that not part of this? I missed that.
I don't believe that it is part of this.
What are we trying to improve Wi-Fi? Where are we trying to improve Wi-Fi with this agenda item? I guess is probably a better way to phrase that.
So we're trying to improve the Wi-Fi at all of the parks. So at Pollard Park, Brandenburg Park, the community center here, so that we can have camera coverage at all of our facilities.
So, okay, well, the camera coverage comes in like, why wouldn't we just look at like what it is that we're trying to accomplish with the cameras? Like from a security standpoint, we go, the cameras are necessary at this location, that location. We do no consultation with the camera companies or the security companies or whoever's going to manage that to know what system we need to put in place. So many times we've approved projects like BSNA only to find out that we don't have server space to accommodate the technology that we just brought in. So if we're going to bring in cameras, sorry, you're being very rude when you're trying to bring a business-like climate to the meeting, and you heckle your fellow board members. You're ridiculous. But the question that I'm asking you is, or whoever, if we don't know what the server capacity is or the interface, if you will, the Wi-Fi capacity, why do the Wi-Fi first and then not know what's needed from the security standpoint?
So facilities has met with a company regarding the cameras. That would be like the next portion, and that would be more on facilities. We're basically just putting in the infrastructure for it.
Okay, that's good. So the infrastructure that we're proposing tonight is consistent with the next phase. So we won't have a situation where we bring in cameras, we find out like, oh, we needed more, I don't know, grid space, we needed more Wi-Fi capability, and that what we approved tonight is inadequate. You're saying that there's already been the connectivity to the end project. Is that right, Mr. Supervisor? I know that you find this very funny, but is that correct?
That's absolutely correct. We're building the
Thank you.
infrastructure, and the cameras are pretty
Thank you.
expensive, and we're trying to expand on that. But we'll make that decision once we select
I'm
the
sure
camera
you and your
vendor.
team will make the decision.
Yes, we
I
will.
appreciate the answer. What I'm appreciative of is knowing, will the residents be able to experience increased Wi-Fi capacity at all of these locations, or will it just be for the infrastructure that we're proposing? Is that amusing as well?
It is.
Okay, good.
It is.
Let's let her answer. You can have your own private weirdness over there. Go ahead, Ms. Carby, I'm sorry. Will this improve resident ability to engage the Wi-Fi?
I believe that.
Only one giggler. That's the chief giggler.
I believe that it should help with Wi-Fi in the parks as well.
For the residents.
Correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, Clerk Berry.
We're going to be,
Please, if you're going to have conversations, please step out in the hallway. You're interrupting the meeting.
Oh, my God. Jesus.
Clerk Berry, you're recognized.
thank you. Karen, we're going to be installing 2 additional drop boxes for ballots per the proposal 22-2 requirements. And one of the other requirements is cameras, as you are aware. So will this accommodate those as well? Or is that going to be something we're going to be doing separately? Because we will receive some funding for that. So I just didn't know if we need to account for some of our funding to be part of this, if it's included, or if not, if it's separate, just so that Deputy Clerk Nyza and I can prepare our budget accordingly. So is it included in this for those additional drop boxes as well as the one we have out front, or is that supplemental?
So the infrastructure, when we redid the parking lot, we put in some of the infrastructure, but not all of it. So we will still be able to get the wiring there because we did put in for just in case we put a kiosk or anything in the future. So there may be some cost still to finish the infrastructure up there, but it has been started, so.
Okay, so okay, so it is. So we should be allotting some of our funding toward this project also. And we can work with finance on that or with supervisor's office in terms of how much?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Any further comments from the board? Comments from the public?
I just wanted to follow up on Trustee Joseph's thing. Will these areas that you're creating, these Wi-Fi hotspots or whatever they are they for the public? Will the public be able to access it? Like if you're in an area that's a Verizon hotspot or Comcast hotspot, you just pick it up with your phone and it basically eliminates you have to go over the telephone or phone data? Are these going to be able to accommodate that, or is this strictly for the cameras or whatever else you're putting in there?
I'll answer that. Yes, we'll partition off some of the Wi-Fi spaces. It will be secure. Some will be for public use. Any further comments from the public?
In the past, these projects that are on a capital improvement plan or in the budget don't have general ledger appropriations numbers to attach to them. So where's the funding coming from? It seems like none of these ever get put in the agenda items anymore. And when I look at the budget and I see the capital plan, and I go back and look at the appropriations budget, the money for the capital plan's not in the appropriations, general ledger number. So it's kind of a...
Thank you, sir. Any further comments from the public? Bring it back up to the board. One more speaker.
John, Speaker, 53978 Connor Drive. I'm a little confused, Mr. Supervisor. I was trying to listen to Mr. Joseph, ask questions to Ms. Garvey, and you kept interrupting, so maybe you can answer the question. So this is a two-step process, the way I understand it. It's for security and hotspots for the residents to use at different parks, if I understand it correctly. But I don't think we got a total yes or no on it because Ms. Garvey says it should be. So I'm a little confused. Could you enlighten me and the residents? Is it going to serve a dual purpose, or is it just for the security cameras. Thank you.
Thank you. Any further comments from the public? Bring it back up to the board. Trustee Joseph.
Yeah, just, is there an answer to the question, or are we going to pick and choose which one we answer?
Well, I've already answered it. He asked the
No,
same question.
he actually, well, I'll ask it again, because I don't know your plan. Go ahead, you have the
I'll
floor.
answer it again. The infrastructure is going to accommodate all those requests.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any further comments from the board? I have a motion by Supervisor Kersten, supported by Trustee Demink, to approve item 9N. Clerk Berry.
Supervisor Kersten.
Aye.
Trustee Demink.
Aye.
Trustee Anderson.
Aye.
Trustee Joseph.
No.
Trustee Vosberg.
Aye.
Treasurer Elliott.
Aye.
Clerk Berry, aye.
Item 10, addendums, there are none. Item 11, public comments. There is a 5-minute time limit. We'd ask that you speak or cite your name for the record. The clock will begin when you begin to speak. Floor is open to the public. Comments from the public.
Surely I'm not the only one. I mean, my goodness. Well, I'm trying to remember in practice what my mother told me many years ago. She said, son, if you don't have anything good to say, don't say anything at all. Whew, that's tough. That's tough. So I'll try to do a few positive things. Number one, I really want to thank those of these statistical guys here that have done the research and they have the knowledge to clarify and to challenge some of the money that we're spending. So I think that's providing a very good service to the community, so I want to thank them for doing that. I'm sorry that the two charities, the one charity is still here. I just wanted to thank both charities for what they're doing for the folks in our community, especially the folks of need. So I'll try to hold my criticisms as best I can. It's not really easy. This bad behavior, this lack of manners, these innuendos, this rancor, it's really quite upsetting, not just because I hear it here, but because I hear it everywhere. I mean, this is the way we live now. You know, we don't discuss things, we don't compromise. I've mentioned before, I can't help but compare it to, and I don't really follow it because it's terrible, but like MMA fighting, you know. We're each in our own corner. We don't need a referee. We just want to beat the dickens out of the other guy. There is no in-between. Is that really the way our country will survive? I don't think so. I don't think so. And the other part that goes along with it that's just as upsetting as anything else, and that's voting. Of course, this is what we see. You know, we see the voting going on. But voting in national elections, not just national, is absolutely pathetic. The turnout is pathetic. The preparation is pathetic. I love the people that say, I only vote for presidential elections. And of course, they don't even vote in the primary. I mean, they don't even know that they need to do that to even know who's going to be on the final ballot. And what you might also try to do sometime, you might want to try to speak to some of these seniors. You know, the ones that'll be 18 and they'll be able to vote. Why don't you quiz them a little bit about our government? Start by asking them how many senators we have. You know, I'll tell you what, they know nothing. I mean, don't we have civics or government or social studies? I know I asked that of a student a while back, and she said, yeah, the gym teacher taught me that in the 10th grade. Yeah, well, that's about right. So our turnout is pathetic. Our percentage of eligible voters who register is pathetic. And so here we are. This is the result. So we have the two extremes that are in complete control, and then we have the rest that are just kind of uninformed, uninterested, completely apathetic. And that's where we really lose control. And if we continue to have the silent majority silent, they're not only silent, they're turning us off. I don't want to get into all of it, but, you know, I mean, so if you feel one particular way, then you can put on this channel. And if you feel the other way, you can put on this channel. And then everything kind of reinforces the way you feel. So I hope that eventually, somehow, we might have those folks in the middle maybe wake up a little bit and think a little bit more about participating. It's kind of like a clinical study. You need to have a large enough sample to come up with the best answer. So if we had a much greater percentage of participation when we vote, we'd probably do pretty well. You know, we'd probably come up with the best answer, because that way the two extremes wouldn't be the determining parties. So I think I have to add that, because after all, you all have to be voted in or out too, don't you?
Thank you, sir.
Janice Young, 28714 Yorkshire. Apparently I'm so bored in my life that I've been spending time watching other township meetings just to get a feel for what really is going on there. They are much more orderly. I don't see the bickering. You know, I appreciate everything you say, Trustee Joseph, but it gets a little heated up there. I don't see that, not so far what I've seen at other meetings. I've not seen any 5-hour meetings at other townships. Usually they're 1.5 to 2 hours long. But the one thing I did notice is the residents are muzzled. I'm pretty sure it was Bloomfield Township. The residents get 3 minutes in the beginning, and that's it. So I would expect that that's what's going to happen here eventually, because you're just going to not want to hear anything we have to say. You know, I voted for you, Supervisor Kersten. I'm not sure why you want to be supervisor here. You don't live here, so I don't really know what your interest is in this township. I understand you were involved in it in other areas, but you know, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. I won't be voting for you again. I'll do everything in my power to inform the residents, as I have been, of everything that you guys have been doing on this board, against what most people seem to really want. You know, you can squash my voice here in this room, but not anywhere else, especially at the ballot box. You will hear me loud and clear there. I did mention to Clerk Barry at one point that I was considering working for elections, and I don't think I'm a candidate to do that anymore, because I will be campaigning very hard to get you all voted out of office. Thank you.
Any further comments from the public? Further comments from the public?
Paul Lafata, 48055 Mallard. Well, what the residents here have witnessed actually is coercion and repression of our First Amendment to the Constitution. Anything that takes away the right to speak, to me, if you think not wanting to base F-35s here isn't patriotic, what you 4 members of the board did to the Constitution of the United States is not patriotic. There's no patriotism in it at all. There's a lot of people that fought for patriotism, fought for the Constitution, fought for the right to come up here and speak their piece. And you just took all that away. I hope you're proud of yourselves. And there's other ways to deal with this, and you don't have to wait until November of 2024. The governor, based on the fact of affidavits signed by the residents saying that our local officials are circumventing the rules that are put forth by the board members, can remove those. So if anybody's interested and want to contact me, I'd be happy to put an affidavit together, have it notarized if you'd like to sign it, and send it up to the governor. I'm not that bashful. I'm all in. Can't hurt. Might bring some embarrassment, but why not? I mean, we're being cut off at the knees. Nobody wants to answer the questions. Nobody really polls the answer, the residents. We have ordinance changes, we have APO changes, we have zoning changes, and they benefit certain people. They don't benefit the majority anymore. And they're all part of our supervisor's political and personal agenda, and he gets the support of 3 other board members. It is not a democracy anymore. When 3 board members can't think for themselves of what they're doing to the residents, there's a problem. It's not just the supervisor, it's everybody that supports his wants and his wills. I'll let it go at that.
Thank you, sir. Any further comments from the public?
All right, Bill Monpetit, 27400 Bertrand, Chesterfield, Michigan. He was asking about how many senators and congressmen. If it's my mistake, don't they have time limits when they talk? No different than here. They do, don't they? I hear them say, oh, yield my time. So why can't we have it? I got it down. Okay, I'll keep it. This is only the second time I've been up here talking. I've seen you guys. You guys get up there a lot. But anyway, I just asked a question. I don't know. I watch sometimes they have time limits. I don't know. And if you feel that somebody should complete their whatever they're talking about, I'm sure you can yield more time. Come on. Like I say, I come here not too many times, but I see the same 4 guys get up here and just dominate everything. I don't know where you work, but they're pretty prosperous, I guess. But I don't know. This is my observation. Thank you.
Any further comments from the public?
John Speaker, 53978 Connor Drive. I know you've seen me because I'm almost at every board meeting. What you've seen tonight to the residents and to the few board members on the left here is democracy died in Chesterfield tonight. Democracy died in Chesterfield tonight. So you've got Mr. Demink, you've got Trustee Vosberg, you've got Treasurer Elliott, and Supervisor Kersten that censored every one of our rights tonight and every resident. You had 4 people censor 45,000 residents. To give you an example on what happened to Officer Baker and his family, if these rules would have been in place then, Chesterfield would have never got the story of what happened to Officer Baker, the truth. So it would have been all dusted under the carpet by the supervisor. So you have a supervisor that doesn't own a house in Chesterfield and doesn't pay property taxes on a house in Chesterfield. But yet, He's going to come into Chesterfield. He's going to drive from Emmett here and tell all of us how to spend our money, the millions of dollars. And when we have any questions or oversight, him and his rubber stamps are going to say, you've got no input. You've got no say in it. We're going to tell you what to do. Because you know what? We're the ones that got voted in. So we can tell you guys what to do. The minority can tell the majority what to do. Now tell me, what's wrong with that picture? But what they forget is we have an upcoming election next year. And again, I think it was Mr. LaFata or one of the residents said that the reason why the majority of these people are sitting on this board is because it was a heated, contentious election, and I believe a lot of people voted straight party ticket for the party that they support. Our local elections, I don't believe should ever be straight party on anything. I think our local elections should be based on the candidates' qualifications to do their jobs. So it doesn't matter whether you're a Democrat or you're a Republican or you're a conservative Democrat. It doesn't matter. You should be qualified to sit up there. Because when you have candidates that aren't qualified to sit up there, this is the type of chaos and the wasteful spending of our money that you get. And when you have a candidate, for God's sakes, that signs an affidavit that says he lives in 2 places at the same time so he can run for office, now tell me, where in God's name? That's insane that somebody could even get away with that. But we're working on that. We'll cross that bridge when we get to it. But again, we should have candidates up there that are qualified, not based on party. Then, just to touch upon what Trustee Joseph said, Treasurer Elliott put a statement out on her campaign page on how great our bond rating was. So I responded to it. I typically don't respond to her page, but I did this time. And, I put facts in there and data in there on why she was wrong and what, she had publicized. So instead of responding back to me and giving an answer, you know what she did? She censored my comments so the public can't see my comments. So again, it goes back to what Trustee Joseph says. If you put something on their page that they don't like, they're going to turn comments off and they're going to censor what comments you say. So realistically, the only place you're going to hear the truth on what's really going on is you're going to hear the truth in here, and then you're going to hear the truth next year with the candidates hitting the ground running strong and hard. That's where you're going to hear the truth. And you're not going to, and I guarantee you this, next year when I win and I get elected, this APO that they passed will be overturned immediately. I guarantee you that. That's a promise that I will make. So I know I will have the 4 votes in support up there to overturn this lousy censorship rule. I'm not for censorship. I'm for openness. And you know what? If it was up to me, you would have 7 minutes up here at the end, and you'd have 7 minutes on agenda items. So, but that's where I stand. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Further comments from the public?
Hi, Mike Orton, 50393 Power. Okay, so, I wanted to say that I was going to finish that speech I was giving earlier, but, I'll just leave it as unsaid because, like throughout history, it was unsaid. So let's just leave it at that. We saw tonight, something that wasn't even acknowledged by anybody in this room was that sitting over there on that side, they left early on, but there was a Boy Scout here taking notes. I don't think anybody even noticed that. And was it supposed to be like how a government meeting works? Because clearly he probably wrote down it doesn't. You end up with a situation where there is a need, or there's a desire in this township for having people wanting to be part of their community, wanting to understand how government works, wanting to be in this sort of situation what we're trying to do here tonight, and yet you see suppression, you see censorship, you see this notation that no, you're not allowed to speak because you're not on this board. And you know, you have people may be picking fights with, but at the end of the day, no, the majority of residents do want to have a situation where they can communicate with their elected leaders that they have issues. And this is preventing them from properly doing so. Sir, I am sorry that you have to listen to me be up here at any of these meetings. I don't want to be up here. I don't want to live in this township anymore. I don't want to be here. But someone has to stand up here and do something for the community, because nobody acts like a statesman anywhere here. Y'all let your egos get before you, and you fail to uphold the oaths that you take. You know, some of us don't just simply say it. We actually mean it. Some of us are willing to give our lives for such oaths. You know, I don't know about you, but that's what I did. So, you know, with that being said, you know, going back to what, you know, talked about with the fire millage, the public safety millage, you know, my issues regarding the fire department, you know, only one person properly addressed it. I would hope that you all continue to understand that I want this to be addressed, that I want it to be debated. Have a 7-person debate. Like, I want to see energy from you people. I want to see what you actually believe in, what you're willing to talk about. Don't just simply vote like that's the only time you speak. It's like aye, nay, that's it. You're up there for a reason. You're supposed to represent people in this township. Why are you up there? Ask yourselves that. Look yourselves in the mirror and ask, why am I here? You have the ability that thousands of people in this community do not have. Make the most of it. Actually be something with the title that you are entrusted with. The public trust. That is what is key to here. The last thing I want to say is, you know, I watch a show. It's an anime, but it's a show called Dr. Stone, and it's a show is focused primarily on science, and it deals like with a fictional calamity. It basically wipes out the human race, and everyone's turned into a stone statue. And, you know, the main character wakes up 3,700 years in the future, and he is a science genius. So his foremost goal is, I need to get humanity back to the modern day. He finds a village of people who were never petrified, and he's able to teach them science. And one of the most creative things that he does is that he's able to create these things called scientific roadmaps. He says, we have to do this, 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 and when it all comes together, we have our end goal in sight. And I think that given the issuance of hope here in this township, I think that if you create that scientific roadmap, you can then inspire the community into realizing what your end goal that you want accomplished in this community is going to be. Oftentimes you just approve things or build things with the hope that it will happen. But if you actually laid it out in front of everybody and said, if we do this and this and this, and it all comes together, then this is our end goal. This is our priority. This is what we can get our community to be about. You know, this is basically what we saw happen with things like the New Deal, with the Manhattan Project, with the interstate highway system, with the Apollo program, with the internet. You know, like, we have end goals in sight that can be accomplished, and we can do so, but only if we have leadership properly communicating with the citizenry and not giving us the finger. Thank you, and have a good night.
Thank you. Any further comments from the public? Any further comments from the public?
Joe Kadich, I don't know if I could add any more to what's been said already, but I'd like to touch on a few things that happened earlier. The first one that I commented on was basically going along with the SAD estimation of what we should pay for police and school. And Trustee DeMake, you came up with an idea saying that one of the ideas to change things back when we were in trouble was get the sheriff's department. I did not say that. Okay. Well, that was one of them anyway. And the other thing, there were a number of the suggestions that could have basically taken money away from the budget that would have saved the police department without having to come in was sad. Getting back to the police department, essentially one of them that was going with the Macomb County sheriffs. At that time, nobody on this board wanted to do that. Didn't want even to talk to him to see an estimate. And I'd like to point out that here we are, 10 years later, we're with the police department that cost us $10.5 to $11 million a year. We got 45,000 people in this township. We haven't increased very much at all. Now, if you look at Macomb Township, who has 90,000 people and has contracted with the Macomb County sheriffs, it cost them $5.8 million last year, and that includes all of the benefits that come with being with the sheriff's department. They get their 9/11 call center. They get detective work when they need it. They even came over here when we had a shooting incident in the Carriageway Park and the guy holed up in one of the mobile parks. Their squad came over there, their SWAT squad came over. And that's after we had bought, 18 assault rifles for our police principal? And yet the Macomb County SWAT squad came in here, and it cost us $10.5 million. I think we should get more. If we're paying that much money, I'd like to know what we're getting for it. So beyond that, again, I'm really disappointed in the vote and basically limiting or almost taking away all the time to talk and discuss things at these committee meetings. Well, I guess it should expect it, but disappointed in it. And the last thing, I was going to bring it tonight. I didn't have the time to get it signed, but getting back to what John Speaker talked about, the supervisor having 2 residents. I did some checking on it, and I'm putting something together to give to Clerk Barry to determine whether or not when you were appointed, or anointed, I guess, and when you were elected or ran for supervisor, whether you were legitimately a resident of this township. I've got the thing showing where you came in here and registered to vote and everything else, but you did not take away your homestead exemption that you get up in Emmett. It ran through 2022. In fact, you ran it from 2015 through 2022. And in 2023, after they were told about it, they denied it. So I kind of have a hard time understanding how you could say you were a resident of this town. I don't know what it takes to establish a residency to qualify to run, but I'd like some clarification. I'm going to give this to Clerk Barry to have her look into it and verify whether you were legitimately a resident and how it compares and how it qualifies with, at the same time, you are claiming 100% homestead residency in Emmett. I'll give that to you probably tomorrow or the next day after you get all the other candidates signing it. It's really a problem, I see. So with that, have a good night.
Thank you, sir. Any further comments from the public? Any further comments?
Tom Nahas from Mad Habit Creative. I just wanted to speak quickly about the bill run question that came up. We are contracted to provide this service monthly for an allotted amount of hours per meeting. When meetings run long and there's additional hours, we bill extra for those, and that's what you're seeing on that bill run. And also, we have never performed any additional work for Supervisor Kersten outside of what was requested by the supervisor's office. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Any further comments from the public? Bring it back up to the board. Trustee Mink, start with you tonight.
First, we'll start with wishing everybody a happy and safe Labor Day in another week and a half. Mr. Kadich, you better get your numbers straight. Because for 19 years, I've sat up here and I've never once mentioned or brought up contracting with the Sheriff's Department. And you can go back to every officer that's worked on this PD that I've worked with prior to coming on this board, because there was talk of that. A lot of guys were worried because I was an ex-retired DEP that I was going to bring in the sheriff. I never once brought it up, never have, and will not. I have known a lot of these guys, even the new kids that are here now. The old-timers, from Finazzo to McNair, you can ask every one of them. I never brought up contracting, so you're wrong. So you better get that one straight. I've never once brought up contracting. Our guys are here, and I've backed them all the way. Even Joseph knows where I stand on that one. Even when it came to the millages, I never once brought up contracting. So get it straight on that one. You're totally wrong. You are totally wrong. The next thing's going to be a short. There was a certain comment made on a social media site that was sent to me. I don't follow all these social media stuff, so I could care less. About me at the last meeting. And just to let you know, yes, I had surgery a week prior. I was sitting back here with an ice pack on my knee because I had knee surgery. I made it through the meeting. The doctor did not tell me I could not come. I wasn't feeling the best, but I sat through the meeting. So the individual who I know you're out there in social media land, you know who I'm talking about, who made the comment, yeah, I was sitting back here, and I was on some medication, and I had an ice pack back on me. You can ask Vosberg and you can ask him, because they all saw it wrapped around my knee. That's all I have to say for the night. Have a good night.
Thank you. Trustee Vosberg.
Thank you, Mr. Supervisor. Just making notes here during some of the comments, during the debate on the changing of the board rules. I'm not going to say them all. It's one of the criticisms, the criticism on how the board meetings are run. So there's an attempt to change how the board meetings are run, and then there's criticism about that. It gets frustrating to sit here when I know full well that people have the right to come to this board meeting, and they have the full right to talk to us under public comments. There's times on the agenda that afforded for public comments. There's also, everybody here has a right to know what's going on in the township. They have a right to, if they're curious about something, try to find it on the internet. Many do. Some of them don't have access or still aren't clear. They have the right to call here and get answers. People call me all the time. There were people who called me about tonight's agenda. There were items on the agenda and they were curious about, wanted to know. And so I take the time and explain that to them. Everybody has a right to know, and I will talk to anybody, and anyone who's ever called me knows that I take the time. And it's very frustrating when people are upset that they don't have more time when it seems like the time is spent on a rant. Now, this is not everybody. There are some people who have genuine concerns and questions, and they come and ask them, or they come and make it known that they approve or don't approve of some of the decisions we're making. That happens all the time, and sometimes later I think, why did I make that decision? But at the time it seemed right. And I'm just pointing out, I'm kind of frustrated, but on the other hand, I'm also happy that the board rules did get changed. Thank you.
Trustee Anderson.
Okay, tonight the APO 2018 seemed to be the elephant in the room. I'm going to focus my comments basically on that. Mr. Supervisor, a majority of my comments are directed to you or to your position as the chair. As a former board member once stated, never submit an agenda request unless the 4 votes needed for its passage are already minted. An example of this may have been the changes to APO 2018. They were initially included in the May 9th, 2023 board meeting, only to be removed. You then resurrected it, and it appeared on tonight's agenda. You and your disciples have approved these changes. As enacted, it will greatly reduce both public participation, item by item, on all the township's business that will affect the stockholders' health, welfare, and safety. During your tenure, there have been a few incidents where comments from the public have had an air of personal affront towards members of this board. Hurtful, inappropriate innuendos from the public during meetings, Mr. Supervisor, or from board members from one to another, such as Pinocchio and Geppetto, should never be allowed. It's most unfortunate, in my opinion, that you appear to lack stewardship in addressing these episodes in real time. We elected members representing our constituents should welcome and appreciate the critical critique of our decision-making process, agenda by agenda. Again, it is my belief that the greater scheme of things, this APO changes will only serve as a shield instead of the intrinsic abilities of leadership. This APO will remove all public input during the duration of the board's discussion and decision-making. Certain politicians have expressed the opinion that we should conduct the Board of Trustees meetings as more of a business model, whatever that may be. However, this is not Washington, D.C., Lansing, the Macomb County Board of Commissioners, but this is Chesterfield Township in Michigan. We conduct the township's business in the heart of Chesterfield. The residents or a multitude of stakeholders can be in attendance and observe the action of local government in real time and continue to be afforded the courtesy to express their concerns. Maybe we could all discover, as those who fund the township government and this board, what the internal threat is from the people of this township in expressing their positions. Why do some of those elected members want to silence and limit you to just 3 minutes to express your issues, only at the beginning and at the end of the meeting? Mr. Supervisor, whatever you or your supporters will cite for these changes, you own it. Moving forward, it'll be interesting to see how this flushes out in the near future and in 2024. I would like to personally thank all those that were in attendance tonight, those that were kind enough to have a few words. Please stay tuned, either by your presence, YouTube, or whatever. Don't lose faith. Things can change. Thank you.
Trustee Joseph.
Thank you. I can't express how strongly I feel in agreement with the closing statement. Do not lose faith. I am tremendously impressed by township residents who, when they've had enough, they make it known. Ms. Young, you've been attending meetings, and I've mentioned several times in the past, your work on Facebook is very reasonable and proper, and it is an encouraging message to have people come forward. I still don't know if you're a Democrat or a Republican, and that doesn't really matter to me, because what you're advocating for is a better Chesterfield. And when you come in and you present the work that you did, and I see the effort that you make, it is optimistic. It is hope. You don't have to decline an opportunity to work in the clerk's office as an election coordinator. Run for office. Run for office. Get up here and help usher in change. You've watched enough of this nonsense to know that you have the ability to do something like that. And I would strongly encourage anybody who is dissatisfied to run, to come, to come. Because when you compare the township to other communities, and you mentioned watching some other board meetings, it was an interesting paradigm. I don't have enough time. Next board meeting, I only have 3 minutes, so all this will go away to their it's like they hit the Powerball. But in other communities, you have leaders who do their research, they understand their issues, they can engage in civil debate, they don't have to educate their fellow board members like a 3-year-old that just wandered into a movie and I got to be responsible for giving you 10 years of history. You have people that take the job seriously, and you have leaders with the experience that come from, as I mentioned, I think Mr. Stathakis, I think he was involved with either a Fortune 500 company, I'll leave it at that, and he had tremendous experience, and he comes to the service of his township, and he can run a meeting. He knows how to conduct a meeting. We don't have that here. We don't have that here. And shifting over to the comments that Mr. Kadich made, first I want to apologize to Trustee Demink if I sent you a screenshot of that Facebook post, and there was a comment on there acknowledging that you were here in excruciating pain, that you suffered through your own personal to be here, and I thought the shot that was taken at you was really not fair. And I brought it to your attention, and I can say, in terms of the debate that you were engaged in with Mr. Kadich, that's an old trope that politicians sometimes throw on each other's opponents. I, at one time, was advocating for the Sheriff's Department because I worked for the county. You were advocating because you had you can look at what somebody does throughout history, and your entire time on the board, I've never heard you once advocate, for a Sheriff's Department. You've supported the Chesterfield PD, and I don't take issue with Mr. Kadich because he's a guy that does his research, he forms an opinion, and he has it fact-based, and he does comparables to other communities. And if we got into a room, and we've had discussions in the past, I would point out why it's a difficult task compared to Macomb in terms of how we police Chesterfield. It's a unique community with kind of unique boundaries. We have Gratiot and 94 that intersect. We have no mutual aid from the east because we're shoreline. And so there are a number of issues that make Chesterfield policing and public safety unique. And that's not to say that there isn't room to look at any and all options but I'd never have come to the conclusion that the Sheriff's Department is an option. And as Trustee Demink said, you have different relationships with administrators in the PD. I wouldn't be able to boldly say they're not interested, but it doesn't surprise me when you look at the inability to bring on, they're hurting for deputies, they're hurting for dispatchers, and police work in general has become a very difficult profession. As we talked about months ago when Officer Baker was fired. The difficulties associated with being a police officer are immense, and I don't see any scenario that has the Sheriff's Department here. The comments from Mr. Wharton, I have great respect for you, and we've talked many times. You're, I think, the only guy in the township that got engaged with the fire department, and you said to the audience at the time, if you want to make a difference, go, do something, volunteer, become something, put your money where your mouth is, so to speak. And the next thing I know, you're a part-time firefighter. You put your money where your mouth is. You weren't just advocating that people do that. So you're a very committed guy. I don't agree with you on 100% of the things, but I enjoy the debates because, as you very passionately said, facts are facts, and research and data and debating with those it really rules the day. It should. And you're a pretty well-researched guy, and I enjoy, listening to you, and I enjoy debating. You're a fact guy. The concerns about the agenda tonight and the APO change, I have, for most of my career with the county, I worked when Trustee Vosberg was then Commissioner Vosberg. I think I know her intent here, and I know that her desire is to bring order to the meetings, and she desperately wants that, and I think in her heart she believes that this is the mechanism to do that. But I think failing to acknowledge that adding more rules to a supervisor who is not capable is not going to resolve our problem. We've talked about it many times, and I think every board member that I've had a personal conversation with acknowledges that he's just in and over his head. It's not an attempt to play gotchas or anything. It's just he's in way over his head. and he does what he only knows. And he comes from a paramilitary organization. The leadership chain of command is it doesn't permit questions from subordinates. It doesn't permit questions from, you know, the lower ranked individuals. That doesn't work here. You can't just assume the board responsibilities and dictate to people. And I've said for many, many years, I've supported him in every conceivable incremental promotion because I believed in him. There was a certain humility to him and a leadership quality that I thought was very impressive, which was humility. There was a humility there. So when the opportunity just came about that our previous supervisor, you know, resigned, I was very much an advocate for Supervisor Kersten, for Director Kersten to become Supervisor Kersten. And the concerns about the residents, I heard initially, because if you remember, there was a process, how are we going to appoint, that there's going to be a special election and all of these things. And one of the early criticisms was, does he even live here? And I talked with him, and I knew his living arrangement, and I thought he did live here. You know, the later what's come out is that if you're going to accept a homestead credit, a tax credit in another community, you sign an affidavit that says, I live in this community. Mr. Kadich brought to my attention a document that indicates the supervisor signed an affidavit saying he has a homestead in another community while being an elector here. That is a big problem. That is a big problem. I'll leave it to you. You know, again, if there was deceit and he lied, I think it'll come out, and that'll be, you know, I think that's the same pathway that former Clerk Spranger left office. She didn't live there, and they were able to prove that. So if you're able to prove that, then it'll go that course. But right now, he's the supervisor. What I will continue to try to do, as I've done for every supervisor, is bring transparency. It's the only time you see it is during campaign season. It'll be plastered all over every politician's, but there's nothing transparent. There's nothing transparent about violating the APO to spend money on a special event and not disclose how much you spent. You just can't do that. It doesn't matter how many bass they take out of the lake. You can't take the people's money, throw a party, and say, were you not entertained? And you have a right to know how your money's being spent. The APO required that those provisions be brought to the board before the event, not after. A couple of other issues that I brought up in what Trustee Vosberg thought was an inappropriate time was the OSHA violation, the OSHA complaint that I referenced at the last board meeting. And I did, as I said, receive the complaint investigation back. I wish that all of the things that the supervisor told the investigator actually happened. I wish there were 2 porta potties outside of this building and Clerk Berry didn't have to worry about her staff. I wish that were true, but it's not. And the employees, I will make sure, get copies of what the supervisor told the OSHA investigator. They were not true. The good news is that he knows now what he needs to do the next time there's a problem, because he didn't on the date of that break. When the OSHA investigator called, he certainly got right and talked about all the things that he should have done, but they're not the things that he did do. So I know his recitation will be the investigator was, you know, surprised there was even a call and they're going to go fishing together and it's no big deal and they laughed at me. But the reality is you can't put our employees in harm's way, and I'll always advocate for our employees in that space. The censorship concerns are not just with the APO change. As I indicated, the First Amendment rights, and I don't know when Mr. Speaker was talking about a comment that he posted on a Facebook page, if that was the official township Facebook page, if that was the official Chesterfield Township Treasurer page, because there is a difference. And I referenced this in 2 weeks ago, and I hinted at it earlier. The practice of taking the official township social media page, whatever it is. If it's the Parks and Rec Department or the Fire Department or the Police Department's official township page, paid for by you, content, videos, pictures paid for by you, you cannot censor those indiscriminately. The supervisor is violating the First Amendment of the Constitution when he creates a public forum and then censors debate. Our township attorney will tell him that if he dares to ask him, but if he doesn't and he insists on doing whatever he wants, whenever he wants, I'll just bring case law. And it is very clear. I will post a link on my Facebook page if you want to see it. But the most glaring example is a case, as I mentioned, out of Inkster, where a resident commented on the Chief of Police's Facebook page, on the official Inkster government page, commenting about corruption. He made a post about corruption. The individual's post was taken down. It was censored. And then when he insisted on trying, he was eventually blocked. He filed suit. The case was picked up by the American Civil Liberties Union. And the only relief that he was asking for was an appropriate policy that brought about a protection of the First Amendment. Supervisor thinks that's funny. He laughs at that. But it's not his page. Further, when you hire people and their job description is a personal videographer or photographer, and they take pictures of you and videos of you, and they work for you, they're your employees, and then the supervisor posts those on the official township page and then links his page to those. This is what Ms. Young talked about a few months ago. Can that page actually have some information about maybe the board agenda and not pictures of politicians at ribbon cuttings? So there will be a First Amendment case if he continues to laugh. And I will put together a committee. Clerk Berry is very familiar, and there are a lot of information that she's come to know as the clerk, who is the official communication sort of receiver in the township. And I appreciate her willingness to work on this committee. And anybody out there that wants to sit in on a citizen committee to form our APO, I'll bring it to the board, and the township supervisor can do what he wants with it. He keeps laughing at it at that point, we're going to file suit, and the attorney who's experienced in this area is ready and prepared to go. I will not let him trample on us in any way, and I'll keep fighting. Whether I have 3 minutes or 2 minutes or no minutes, I will continue to fight for the residents, as I have when the predecessors, the supervisor who was let out in handcuffs by the FBI, the former supervisor, and the farmer supervisor. They won't shut me up, and I won't let them, and I won't let them shut you up. I'll close with this. There's an old proverb, and it says, when a clown moves into the palace, he doesn't become king, the palace turns into a circus. And I think we see that play out every other week in this community. So we can end that. More residents show up, we'll be okay. And for those of you that are also very attentive to the agenda, we're going to go into closed session tonight. We're going to talk about an unnamed individual. And the reason that we'll come back and there'll be some board action is because I suspect there will be a sizable golden parachute offered to somebody, and I pray that you pay attention to how that meeting goes, because we're going to be in for another behind closed doors, collaborated nonsense. Will come out, and it's already been decided. The 4 votes are already there, but we'll see how it goes. I'm going to go into closed session with the same advice that I offered to you, Ms. Young, optimism, and we'll just try to stay optimistic and stay in the fight. Thank you.
Treasurer Elliott.
Thank you, Mr. Supervisor. Couple of comments. On the SAD, and collections have increased by 5%, as everybody has mentioned tonight. However, this is well below the rate of inflation. So the cost of, remember, when we're looking at the SAD and we're looking at the cost to operate the police department, that has gone up by the rate of inflation and probably in some cases more, although the collections have only gone up by 5%. In regards to the APO, the changes to the APO, the kinds of chaos that has been, that many people have mentioned tonight on the board, that has been going on for years, well before this current board. As a matter of fact, in the 2020 election, it was very chaotic during that time, and I've heard things here tonight about people getting confused, what's going on. Yeah, hopefully now with the new changes, we'll see some improvement, less confusion, and more order. Thank you. Good night.
Clerk Berry.
Thank you, Mr. Supervisor. It was when I was first elected that I implemented a constituent outreach program that I called Coffee with the Clerk. And it was very well received. I haven't done it in a few years, but given the fact that there's a concern that perhaps some of what happened tonight might keep people from communicating with us on things that are important to them and making sure that voices are heard, and I'm sensitive to all of that. I understand that. So I will be publishing another calendar of Coffee with the Clerk opportunities. And what that is, it's basically an opportunity where it's just almost like open office hours, like when you were in college and your professor would have open office hours where you could come and talk to him about whatever issue, or her about whatever issue it was that you were having or struggles you were having in the class. It's the same kind of a thing. It'll just be an open time slot that'll be available. You don't have to make an appointment for it. You can if you want to. You can do that at any time by calling our office and letting me know when it is convenient for you to meet with me. I will adjust my schedule accordingly. And the idea behind Coffee with the Clerk was that it was outside of business hours. So I would do this on Saturday mornings when people were available who had to work, who couldn't meet with me during regular business hours. So the calendar that I'm going to put together is going to have a variety of different times and days of the week. Some will be evening hours, some will be during the day, some will be weekend hours, to try to accommodate as many different schedules as I can. And if those days and times don't work for you, please contact me directly, and I'd be happy to set up times. I know Mr. Speaka and I have done that to accommodate some of his work schedule and so on and so forth, to make sure that he got the answers that he needed on various topics that were important to him. The good news is that what I found coming out of those types of engagements with the public is that we can get things done together, and you can really affect change. And Mr. Kadich might remember, it was maybe, probably 6-7 years ago now, that he came up to me after a board meeting and he said, "Why don't we have live streaming? Can't we have live streaming?" And I said, that's a pretty good idea. Let's see if we can get live streaming. And so it took a few years, but now we have live streaming. And we have had it for a couple of years now, and that's because Mr. Kadich came to me and asked if we could do that. And we started to work together on how we might be able to get that done. So Mr. Kadich and I are two completely different political parties, but it doesn't matter because we both thought that that was a valuable thing to do. And so now we have that, and it's available for people who are live streaming today. And then, of course, we have that available on our YouTube channel for people to see back board meetings and so forth. So, again, increasing transparency. That was the goal that Mr. Kadich had and that I had. And so we can work together to make those things happen. So I like to focus on the positive things. Again, worked with people from all different types of backgrounds and on all different areas over the years. And I think that it creates an opportunity for us to have that kind of casual conversation. So we will be publishing that here probably by the end of the week. Also wanted to let everyone know as well that the election update that I hope to give, I have waiting to do that until the legislature goes back into session. There are several issues at a recent clerk's luncheon that are still not decided to my satisfaction that I can share those things with you. So I will be reaching out to Senator Hertel as well as State Representative Jay DeBoyer, who is a former county clerk, to see if they can give us some indication of what is going to happen in the legislative session. There are some things and decisions that need to be made by the legislature very, very soon with regards to the 2024 election dates. I know a lot of people have asked about the filing deadlines for candidates and so forth. There's a very high likelihood that that August primary date will be changing. Unfortunately, until the legislature comes back into session, we don't have that answer. So I will give a full report in my board reports to the board and to the public after I speak with our state legislators who may be able to give some direction on that. If not, so we don't have to wait all the way until the legislature goes back into session. But that election update that I was hoping to give you, that's why that's been a delay on that. I wanted to make sure that the information that we provide to you has been fully vetted before we go ahead and do that, because the reality is so much is just up in the air right now. So please stay tuned for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Clerk Berry. Just a couple comments. We do have a closed session tonight I'd like to get to, so as stated. Mr. Kadich, my residency question was asked and answered several times. Search away, look away, no problems there. Trustee Joseph, there's nothing that you said tonight that even dignifies another response. Great. And I didn't interrupt you. Did I interrupt you? No. You are exactly what everybody told me and I defended that you were. Trustee Anderson, you had no problem with Skipper and Gilligan, but when somebody replies or retorts back to you, all of a sudden you take umbrage to it. Your script and narrative that was handed to you tonight to read is also offensive and disgusting. Yeah. Please, residents, anybody out there watching, please get involved in this community. There are trustee seats that should be replaced. And yes, I do intend to run for this seat, but I will not politic from this seat. And your complaint to OSHA, the document is available. All documents that they requested were provided, backed up by several department heads, and very satisfied. Yeah, there, you keep laughing. The ones you gave keep laughing. Yeah, no, these weren't one. These were township workers. Again, this is why we have this problem, is we have a trustee that wants to run the meeting. He should run for supervisor. He should. He may, but he should. He needs to stop this and start doing, which is what everybody else on this board does.
I know what I want to be when
I have a motion to go into closed session, and they don't like you there either. Clerk Berry, would you call the roll? I'm sorry. Clerk Berry, we have a closed session, 13A. Would you read it?
13A, to consider the dismissal of a township employee pursuant to Section 8(1)A of the Michigan Open Meetings Act. The employee has specifically requested in writing that the consideration be considered in closed session.
Supervisor Kersten will make a motion to enter into closed session.
Second.
Vote by Clerk Berry. Clerk Berry, call the roll.
Supervisor Kersten.
Aye.
Clerk Berry, aye. Trustee Anderson.
Aye.
Trustee Joseph.
Aye.
Trustee Demink.
Aye.
Trustee Vosberg.
Aye.
Treasurer Elliott.
Aye.
Closed session. I'd like to make a motion to return to open session at 11:11.
Second.
Motion by Supervisor Kersten, supported by Trustee Demink. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Don't you gotta do roll call?
It's got to be a roll call.
I'm sorry.
No, okay.
Okay.
Clerk Barry, call the roll.
Supervisor Kersten.
Aye.
Trustee Demink.
Aye.
Trustee Anderson.
Aye.
Trustee Joseph.
Aye.
Trustee Vosberg. Treasurer Elliott.
Aye.
Clerk Barry, aye.
Thank you. I'd like to make a motion to authorize the attorney to create a separation agreement in regards to the employee that has been discussed. The agreement will cover 120 days as stated in the agreement, with an additional 120 or 100 days to a total of 10 months with the appropriate releases signed by said employee.
Effective date of termination.
I didn't calculate that.
No. Start the one that.
The date of termination would be Friday, effective this Friday. Let me check that.
Can you, Ms. Supervisor, can you just clarify that? I understood it in closed session, and not so much now.
I tried to write it quick, so.
Yeah, that's okay.
Do I need clarity on it, or?
Did you block me?
No, I didn't.
One time I want to speak and you blocked me.
You got 2 minutes.
I think what you were saying is that you're going to make a motion to terminate the services of the employee that was discussed in closed session. The effective date of termination will be August 25, 2023. He will be paid pursuant to his employment agreement 120 days of salary. He will also be required to sign a release of claims, which I have already prepared, and he will be paid an additional 100 hours. Days. Why do I keep saying hours? 120 days to perform 10 months of outside consulting work subsequent to August 25 of 23.
Supervisor Kersten will make a motion to approve that language. Is there support?
Second.
Clerk Barry?
Put your mic on, Brad.
Any comments from the board? Comments from the public?
John Speaka, 53978 Connor Drive. In regards to the closed session, can we get the name of the employee that the Chesterfield residents are going to flip this bill on, that we're going to pay using our tax money to compensate for this lawsuit? So if we could get the name, I would appreciate it. And in regards to the lawsuit, can we get a reason why we're going to pay this employee, the reasoning why we should move forward? So I'm sure legal counsel must have gave the board a reason to okay this and move forward. So if we can get that, I would appreciate it. So, I mean, there's a few details that were given out on how much, how much this employee is going to get, but I think the residents, in fairness, should know who the employee is and what the reasoning was for council to move forward to approve that. So, and things like this in litigation costs all of us. So, the money that we're going to end up paying this employee is going to take away from, our sidewalks that we could put in the township and things that we could do to improve this township, like keeping the main corridor, Gratiot, clean, the upkeep, and, improving the lives of the residents in this, in
Mr. Speaker,
Chesterfield.
this is not about, you're going to talk about the.
I'm giving you my opinion on my tax money along with the residents' tax money, Supervisor Kersten. So, but again, it boils down to the leadership, and because of that, this is we're going to end up flipping the bill for this. So, thank you.
Thanks, sir. Further comments?
Bring it back to the board, Mr. Supervisor.
Bring it back to the board. This is not litigation. This is a separation agreement.
Yeah, I know we talked about it in closed session. I would like to apologize. I made a comment going into closed session that I anticipated a golden parachute. To my surprise, and I was wrong. There was no golden parachute. I think this is a equitable agreement that is reached through our legal counsel and the party involved, who does have the right to bring this action into closed session. The mention of the lawsuit had nothing to do with a lawsuit currently filed. It had to do with the supervisor and through the attorney articulating the agenda item. And the agenda item includes the 120 hours that are contractually afforded to the individual. 120 days with an additional 100 hours to resolve some. Man, wow, I don't know what's happening, but an additional 100 days to allow for some unresolved issues to be resolved. At the end of the 10-month, those 100 days will be exhausted over the course of the next 10 months. And it is I think, a win-win in that the employee and the board can simply part ways without any future litigation. So when Mr. Siebert referenced the possibility of future litigation, there is none. That we have, in essence, satisfied all parties, and there is no further, discussion post 10 months. And I was in error to call it a golden parachute. I predicted it. I was wrong, and I'm not afraid to say I was wrong. The deal is great, and I think it works for everybody. Thank you.
Any further comments from the board? No comments from the board. All those in favor, Clerk Berry, would you call the roll for the motion?
Supervisor Kersten.
Aye.
Clerk Berry, aye. Trustee Anderson.
Aye.
Trustee Joseph.
Aye.
Trustee Demink.
Aye.
Trustee Vosberg.
Aye.
Treasurer Elliott.
Aye.
I will entertain a motion to.
Motion to adjourn.
Trustee Demink, supported by Trustee Joseph. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Meeting adjourned at 11:17.